critique pulls on point. Today we're going to be going back to a lovely topic that we are all very familiar with. we love this topic quite a bit, don't we?
Well, we didn't
kill me now.
We didn't talk about it, I believe, ever on this channel.
Well, no, we had the episode with Phil and Nathan, I think, where we kind of went about localization.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was playing Stellaris.
We've had like 2 episodes about this topic.
I was playling Stellaris at the time.
Yeah, that was the Stellaris episode.
That's probably why you don't remember it. So I guess I'll start by just saying how I found this video. I was on Twitter, doing the usual, looking at some porn, looking at some shitty political takes. You know,
yelling at random strangers as you're prone
Yeah.
to doing.
As you do.
And I see someone on my Twitter feed link this video and go, "Oh my god, this video, it's amazing. It covers all of the translation and localization and censorship issues so amazingly, and it perfectly explains blah 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 blah." Like basically just sucking the video's cock really hard, right? So I'm like, that's interesting. So I boot her up, and I'm like, all right, I'll give it a watch. And didn't take long for me to start posting screenshots of the subtitles in another server.
Oh yes,
and,
I've seen those subtitles.
And
we are in for a treat.
Yeah, and yeah, so we're gonna be having a fun time with this one. But of course, we also have a special guest. We're gonna be joined by Hayes, who's a resident member of the Luke Gamer Discord, who's decided to tag along today. So
yeah, what can I say? I was searching through the channel, I saw that video posted, I read the Twitter thread, and I'm like, wow, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah. So I guess without any further delay, let's.
Well, I just wanted to mention that I'm going to toot my horn and say I translate sometimes.
Yeah.
So
sometimes. You occasionally do some translations. Sometimes.
We have a professional TM in here.
Indeed. So I am somewhat qualified to talk about the difficulties of translating. Because sometimes it is a massive pain.
Indeed. So, let us begin.
Drink them if you got them.
Nope. It paused on its own.
You know,
oh, great.
it's
no,
weird
drink them if you got them.
that in a large community of people whose
For a
hobby
second, I thought
revolves
this was
around
an
translation,
advertisement.
that translation is
I
nonetheless
just saw all the
wildly
figures.
misunderstood by a large number of those people.
Nice
like,
Sakura.
to the point where
Saw a lot
statements
of nice
like, I
Sakuras.
support translators and not localizers have become, well, a thing in general. Oh my...
I almost want to go back and look at all those tweets, but it's like...
Most of them are roughly the same thing.
Yeah, they're pretty much all the same
I shouldn't be petty here, but this person sounds like a squeakier version of Aiden Paladin.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so I guess, off to an interesting start. You've got a bunch of tweets of randos bitching about localization, and apparently they just don't understand. And this person here is going to educate us. So
I think there's a lot of not understanding going on here.
Indeed. But let's continue.
Oh my god, and here we are. When asked about what he thinks is the biggest misconception surrounding translation, localization, and censorship, professional translator John Hooper told me that the whole process is just a simple conversion of language A to language B. There's far more involved than just that. And as though they were reading each other's minds, which is to say that, and because this problem is in fact that prominent, several other translators told me pretty much the same thing, that there's a lot of people who just don't understand that translation isn't some simple machine process. In the words of an anonymous ADR...
Alright, Ali, is translation a simple process?
Absolutely not.
Shot? Yeah.
It's often a... I watched a little bit of this video beforehand. There's a part somewhere in the further along where she talks about the limitation of the media, etc., character length. That certainly plays a part. But just for the short example, Japanese has a lot of politeness forms and levels of politeness you can be towards another person. And in Japanese, it's very easy to convey your politeness level with, the masu and the desu and the da and the yo on the end of a sentence.
And the senpais and the kuns.
Yeah,
and
I think most
all that
people.
stuff.
I think most people, and even the people complaining about the quality of translations, acknowledge that. You're gonna notice something in this video. This person very eloquently builds up a straw man throughout this 31-minute video. Jesus Christ! I hope half of it's just Patreon chilling.
We'll see.
We'll see. But
well,
I
want
think
to.
I want to mention.
Before
let
we
Ellie finish. Let Ellie finish.
tensions off, to finish off, and there's a lot of politeness forms you can have in Japanese, while in English it will be all the same sentence. Hello, can you do something for me? Could be said rudely or politely in Japanese. Well, it's the same text in English, so you need to add or change. Make words ruder in English than it literally says in Japanese. Hey, you there! Could you hurry the fuck up?
You basically have to rather than doing a literal translation, and we're going to get to that. Rather than doing a literal translation, what you need to do is you need to essentially convey the meaning behind the words being said, rather than it being a direct one-to-one kind of thing. Which I think,
and also as someone who's learning Japanese itself, also how the Japanese do their sentence structure, it is not the same as we do them in English as well. If you do a literal translation, you'll get English or English. It's gonna look terrible.
You get English, yeah. So
just watch the whole life girls speaking English, and they'll
hilarious.
They'll do the English and Japanese grammar.
Oh, it's fucking great. But anyway, yep.
I'd also like to add, I think most people do realize this, because if people just wanted pure literal translations, they wouldn't even be asking for translators, they'd just be asking for a machine to do it.
Right.
And machine translators have a bad reputation.
Language isn't Legos, and there isn't a one-to-one fit. And that's where this video comes in. I want to help you understand what translation, localization, and censorship actually are, and perhaps more importantly,
this is so fucking
what
pretentious.
they aren't. Let me and some industry professionals tell you all about it.
I do want to mention one thing, just in general for the video. These are opinions of translators in the field. It's not just some random YouTube girl in this case saying something.
Yeah, so this random YouTube girl reached out to a whole bunch of translators. I suspect has a lot of friends that just so happen to be translators, and they gave her a whole bunch of opinions. And I think something to keep in mind is, as Ellie just said, they are just opinions of these people.
A little bit more informed than others, maybe.
Little bit more informed, but I think it would be bad to fall into the trap of almost appeal to authority, right?
Yeah,
where you would take these people's opinions and go, well, these translators, they said this, that means it might, because I think that, because it's possible that there are other translators that might have disagreed if she had asked them. So it's kind of like, take the opinions kind of with a grain of salt.
And of
I will
course,
say, as you said, it does end up building a straw man, and I think a big problem is, while Red Bard went very far to get the opinions of these translators that admittedly agreed with the points being made, there is zero attempt ever to go to the side against this and get opinions from them. Just talk about how silly they are, how misinformed they are.
I was about to bring that up. I asked a couple of buddies of mine, showed a couple of people I know this video, and they completely disagreed, but, I could build up a straw man just as easily by doing that as well. So it's like,
and we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that point.
Just one final bit. When asked in these translators, when asked about the biggest misconceptions, these translators give their opinion of what they think is the biggest misconception. So these are, of course, when the answer is that people think it's a one-to-one process, that is what they encounter as the biggest misconception. So
Right.
there are people who think translation might just be a one-to-one thing.
Oh yeah, totally. No, I don't.
But I
disagree.
think most people
and-
don't think that.
Well, it's
Most
hard.
of the people complaining don't think that.
So
We'll get into what the complaints
Yeah.
normally are, because I'm not
Yeah, 'cause-
lying when I say that this is just a straw man building up.
yeah, I don't want to like blow our load when we're only like a minute and 20 into this 30-minute video. So let's try and like space out, like, because we're jumping ahead a little bit because we've all kind of pre-watched. So,
Yeah.
but let's keep going.
For this video's research, alongside reading and watching lots of material about this subject, I reached out to several professionals in the Japanese to English translation industry. Not all of them wanted
Do you
to
have
be
any
named,
citations
but
for that
rest
material?
assured, the names and or tags of those who didn't want to be kept anonymous are in the description,
Yeah, sure,
and
can
I
have
encourage you to
citations.
thank them all, not
Okay,
only
good,
for
that's
helping
okay,
me out
that's
with this
good.
video,
Well,
but
I
also
want
for
to do
doing the work
one
that they
thing:
do.
subtitles in video.
Oh, can I do that? I might actually. I don't know if you can do that in Watch Together.
No. I meant there was.
I
the
thought
end-
I thought you were like, oh, do you want to bring up her subtitles? No,
No.
okay. All right.
There was,
yeah, I just
Fate's-
noticed that. Yeah.
Fate Zero. What wasn't needed? The waiver reading books was enough of an image.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going.
Because, as to find out, translation can often be an underappreciated and sometimes even thankless job. Anyways, I asked everyone a bunch of questions about their experiences in the translation industry, about their views on translation and the discourse around it, all sorts of stuff like that. And it's thanks to their insights that I think I've been able to write what I'm hoping will be a good video to show to people who don't quite understand what translation is. Which, you know, is a dressed up way of saying, oh my god, I'm begging you, watch this video, and ideally the ones on the end card too, before you make a complaint about translation again. Oh my god, I am so tired of this discourse happening every other week. So with all
Stop.
that being said, let's go ahead.
Is there a
I don't like
substance opinion or?
I don't like how the fact is that she's basically trying to stop that conversation from happening in the past. Like, she's basically saying, like, oh, stop having this conversation. Like, what?
You mean in the future?
No.
Yeah, in the future.
Well, past, present, and future. She wants the
Again,
conversation to stop.
that's just the running theme. This
Well,
person just knows
there-
better than us.
We can
I mean, she's saying to let her educate you so that you know better, but don't be worried. She
So
does
I'm
not
gonna-
want you to educate her.
I'm gonna put something out here, because she's talked with a lot of industry insiders, right? So you could actually kind of say that this might, in some level, be self-serving on their part, right? Because they have every motivation. Okay, so people are at this point are complaining about the industry and the behaviors of people inside of it. It's not even just necessarily the translations. It is actually on some level the people themselves. You see it with people like Dovak. You see it like people like there's a few others. The one who does the translations. I will say, quote, does the translations, because 90% of that was already fan translated in the first place for the Muv-Love localization. You know, just how they treat people around them and how, you know, it's just a lot of shitty behavior.
Yeah.
I just find her wording very interesting.
Anyways,
Well,
but yeah.
Bio, you kind of forget every time the discussion about traps comes up, people complain that the conversation about trap is finished and that it's already concluded and it's not the horrible trans panic thing.
Yeah,
that it
you're
is.
kind of forgetting that I never brought up that point. I just
What?
find
No.
that her use of language is very
Bio.
interesting.
No, Bio, you did.
Ellie.
You
Anyways,
said,
guys, let's not.
Bio, you said that
Ellie.
she was trying to end the conversation about it and how that's bad.
Yes.
Well, you
and I
would-
also just said that her use of language is very interesting and telling.
Yeah, but
And then
Bio,
you
I
bring it
forgot
up
what the
as-
fuck I was saying.
Bio, LA does actually have a point. I'm just saying that Ellie does actually have a point. Because if the problem is that she's trying to end the conversation, right, then obviously us going, yeah, the trap thing has ended, which it has, technically.
Anyways, what I was trying to say, because I really don't give a shit about femboys right now, is this would be like you have a complaint about the church and its behavior. Let's use the most extreme example. You have a complaint about the church and it fiddling young boys, right? So somebody trying to dissuade the fact that, oh, you're just misunderstanding this isn't actually child fiddling, will go to a priest or the industry professionals, the priest in this case, to assure everybody that this is in fact not the case. You're just misunderstanding things. You're misunderstanding this complicated process of male bonding within the church.
You could say perhaps that this video is a little bit biased, possibly.
You can see it's missing the
point. The church has investigated the church for treason, and the church found the church innocent.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, let's keep going, because again, we're going to be here a while if we keep...
Let's go ahead and begin at the beginning. Or more specifically, let's begin at where the heart of where most of the misunderstandings surrounding translation are.
Alright, so I'm going to pause on these quotes so we can actually read them, right? So for me, all translation is going to include a healthy dollop of localization, because you're not just aiming for equivalency?
Equivalency, yeah.
Yeah. You're trying to connect text culturally, linguistically, and ultimately make a readable, easy to understand, accessible text that everyone can enjoy, anonymous.
Yeah, someone can enjoy.
So, what do we think about that? Because I kind of agree with that, but I also feel like it misses the fact that you also have to keep the meaning of the original work, right?
Yeah, if you just look at it purely in dictionary, it's correct, but it does miss the fact that when people talk about localization, they don't just mean the raw dictionary definition.
Yeah, the problem is that sure you can be like, oh yeah, we're trying to connect it culturally, linguistically, and make it readable or whatever, right? But that's not really what people are concerned about here. What people are actually concerned about here. Let me finish. What people are actually concerned about here is the keeping of the meaning of the original work, right? People are worried that the original artist's vision is being tampered with. That is the actual concern for a lot of people, right? So I feel like this quote here kind of misses that sort of aspect to it. But that's just kind of my take on it. I don't know.
I have one example of where a localization or where a phrase.
I was going to say something.
Okay, well, Bio, let Ellie go, and then you.
But I wanted to go after you because I wanted to say something, and then he.
No. Ellie talked first, Bio. And then you.
I was about to say.
Never mind. I'm going first. I do one great example of a phrase in Japanese that didn't have anything in English, and later something came that fulfilled that hole. There was Ryuju, a fulfilled life in Japanese. The guy who has a girlfriend or the girl has a boyfriend, etc. Fun times. In the longest time, there was this awkward translation note about a long description about what it meant. But these days we can say normie. And normie is a localization in a sense that it doesn't capture the same thing, but it does connect the text culturally, linguistically, and makes it easy and readable and easy to understand.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and Ryuju is actually used in the same type of colloquialism as normie would be used in the West.
So then it would fit.
Anyways, Bio, what were you saying?
Yes.
So the point I wanted to bring up is that even if you localize something and try and get the meaning, it doesn't mean that will exactly catch on. For example, say you watch Gintama, there's a lot of Japanese humor and references that will just fly over your head. Even if you localize it, you're not exactly going to get the meaning unless you know anything about Japanese culture or anything like that. So there is also a cultural element to localization as well.
So you in a lot of cases you would want to keep the Japanese cultural reference in there, and not translate, like, I guess localize, I should say, not localize that to an American meaning. And I think we're going to get into that in this section.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
of course, you have something like Sayonara Setsubo Sensei, or most of his Kurameta's work is like that, but if I were to make a small story and somebody woke up with gold in his mouth, I would go, I get that, but you wouldn't. Anybody outside of the Netherlands wouldn't get it at all, so that's not something you can translate, and I wouldn't really try to translate it as well.
I think, especially for something like Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, or very specific cultural jokes, one of the things that I don't see necessarily brought up as potentially just a side effect for localization is that you kind of do want to keep the type of audience that's going to be watching your show in mind when you're localizing things, right? Or when you're translating things, because for a person, if you're trying to make something enjoyable or accessible to somebody who doesn't understand any of those references, you would have to localize to the nearest possible degree those jokes. But at the same time, for anybody who does know better, that could actually come as a source of annoyance.
Right.
And speaking of like jokes, there's also like the fact that like Japanese humor is very different from what it is in the West or other Western countries. Japanese humor is based on word puns and word plays is one of the main forms of Japanese entertainment.
I think that's a little bit too much of a generalization, because there's different humors for...
I was giving a rough idea, like, word play is quite popular in Japan. I don't know all the full context, but I'm mentioning that word play is one of them.
Yeah, yeah. All right, but anyway, let's keep going.
Before we move on, I do want to mention that in the Sayonara Setsubo Sensei mangas, on the end of each volume, there is a long, long list about what each cultural thingy in a panel meant, and there's a lengthy explanation about what it references.
Because,
it's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, because in those kinds of cases, you almost kind of have to do that, really. Because, I mean, it's either you do that, or you completely butcher the work completely, and it's going to be unrecognizable from what it originally was to begin with. So, yeah. But let's keep going, and let's see what our friend here's point's going to be.
Sometimes you can't explain the joke.
I don't think there is a single word that strikes fear in the hearts of Japanese media fans quite as effectively as localization. What a fun and often completely misunderstood word that is. So, what is it, and why does it matter? And more importantly, what's its relationship to translation? The dictionary definition of localization is simply the process of making something local.
The meme is basically a straw man for what people what they think people are talking about when they're complaining about localization.
I believe it. I just don't understand why they have so much time with that graph. Then the part that actually has words in it that you'd want to read just flashes by.
Yeah. And I think that
Well, when you have no talent for video editing and you're like your hurdle to pass is Red Bar's fan base, and I mean, it's not exactly hard.
Oh god, yeah, the jabs are starting. Here we go. Anyway, let's keep going.
In character or restricting it to a particular place.
Watching Red Bar
is
the weeb equivalent of liking Dan Cook.
Anglicize something. In practice, it's actually a lot more broad than that. If translation is trying to convert words from one language to another, then localization is converting the sentiment and ideas behind the words.
Okay, so on that point, I've been a proponent of this before on the cast, where I believe that localization is like a separated thing from translation, shouldn't exist. I think it should just be translation. I think when we talk about things, we should just be talking about translations, and the localization part of it should just be encompassed within the translation. Because to be honest, they are pretty you can't separate it. When you're translating something, you're going to be localizing it anyway, right? So I don't actually I think that this idea that a lot of translators have done, where they've essentially separated the two and made it so that they can kind of deflect criticism of their translations and go, oh, no, it's the localization is a bit jank, not the translation, it's or they can, like, try and, like, push it to the localizers, right? So the localizers have their own job, rather than just having translators do all things at once, and that kind of thing. So I find it interesting how, in this particular case, she is definitively separating the two concepts. A translation is direct translation of the words, whereas a localization is a translation of the meaning, according to her, whereas I would have both of them together.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
agree with that.
You do see this in some anime where, like, some of the characters are in situations where they are using casual language, and in, like, the English dub, they'll throw in, like, a lot of, like, slang words or colloquial terms. So
Yeah, I think
Well,
that's... See, when I hear localization, I think the way words are structured is important there, because you think with translation, and I think this is where this big problem is coming from with translation, not localization, is you think things like words that you can't directly translate over, but you have to keep their meaning intact. People think that is a part of translation, whereas a lot of the times when people think of localization, they think of exactly that, localization, something to make it seem more American, maybe more European.
When people
More
think about
local.
localization, and we're going to get to that, is it's people thinking about changing the cultural aspects to convey maybe the same meaning, but also, like,
actually, I have
in
a good
some
example of
cases,
this.
eliminate it.
I think it's a Japanese or Chinese idiom. Like, they fight like dogs and monkeys, or monkeys and dogs. Like, in the West would say, like, oh, they fight like cats and dogs, but in Japan or China,
And
it's
I'm
like they
willing
fight like
and I'm
monkeys
willing
and
to
dogs.
bet, and I'm willing to bet, if you found one of those random Twitter idiots that were posted before, right, and you told them, use that example of that idiom, right, if you had shown them that example and said, hey, this is a example of a localization, what do you think about this localization, I would bet money that most of them would say that's fine, right? Because even though they changed, because even though they changed the animals, right, it keeps the same meaning, and that's what's important to most people, is that they're getting what the artist intended for their work, right? So
yeah, like that idiom is basically showcasing, like, those two people.
Even
they just
I
don't get
think
along.
if you
Or
went
the
to
oil,
even
water, whatever.
Oh, yeah, I think even if you went to the most hardline anti-localization, anti-censorship type person, right? Even imagine like the straw man, most hardline, fuck it all, just learn Japanese, those kinds of people, right?
But who don't know Japanese themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
They can teach themselves.
Well, yeah. But let me finish. So, you go to that type of person, right? And you actually, like, presented them an example like that. Most of them would say that's fine. I would guarantee you that most of them would say that's fine. So, yeah, I just found it interesting how, like, we in this video we are working on the assumption that both of these concepts are separate, right?
Although I'm sure you would have that one extremist person that would be like, no, it has to be monkeys because monkeys share a distinctive type of aggression that cats don't have, and so it's not completely equal.
And of course that comes from a journey to the West, the famous Buddhist story, and that has cultural significance for the Japanese, so no, you can't change it.
I will point out what would probably be an exception in this case, right? So, say you have a show, because, there's a bunch of fairly out there concepts for Japanese anime. But say you have a show in which you have a rivalry between a character with a lot of canine traits and a character with a lot of monkey traits.
Inugami and Suruga.
You would probably want to keep that that idiom, like, as it was.
In that case, see, this is what I mean. It all depends on the context, right? Like, in that case, yes, you wouldn't want to change the idiom. But if we were talking, like, let's just say it was like a character in a slice of life school setting show using that idiom as like an example to describe two characters, like, that don't necessarily have those traits, right? Then you could probably get away with localizing that, right?
And clearly, by because we have to keep context, clearly this justifies Nisa inserting Reddit speak into fucking Vert's dialogue in Neptunia. Clearly.
Yeah. Clearly. So now let's move on and get away from these blue slimes before Ellie gets triggered.
Step in installation process and not something restricted to
Imperialist
say,
Fucking
National.
Imperial. I was about to go!
I want to say that one more time just because there's an alarming number of people who seem to think that localization is just
Going to
something done
imperialize the
to
Dutch
censor
name
anime. Localization is
Well,
a
if I
step
do
in
it
the
to you
translation
first.
process. Officially sourced translations will do it, and so will unofficial sources like fansubbers. If it's translated, then it's almost certainly been localized to at least some degree. And
Okay, so why separate it then?
Yeah, that was my question as well. There's no...
She separated them, and now she's making the point that you can't separate them.
So that
So
she
why-
can say pure translation is just like what Google AI does, which is later in the video. It's just to make a straw man because she knows nobody wants that, and nobody is arguing for that.
Yeah, it's. Anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
And that's a bad thing. Probably the most well-known example I could offer you of how a great localization can do wonders for something is the Yakuza series, whose spectacular localization is at the heart of a lot of its overseas...
Okay,
yeah,
you gonna give
yeah,
any examples of this?
Yeah, like the time they added poggers into the game.
420 Blaze.
Yeah,
know,
the 420 Blaze.
when I
Yeah, like
think of a really
that
good
that kind of
localization.
localization. Yeah.
And I know this is a generic answer, but when I think of a good localization, I think of the Earthbound localization.
Me too.
Because
I still think one of my favorite examples comes from Earthbound. Simply, it was one of the best changed puns I've ever seen. The Kokeshi Keshi changed into the Eraser Eraser.
So it's interesting they bring up Yakuza because Yakuza had an instance of this sometime earlier this year. I was seeing on Twitter there are people talking about one of the I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the remake ones, right? Where they had added a whole bunch of fucking Reddit speak nonsense like poggers and fucking 420 blazer and a bunch of other shit, and when people were like, what the fuck is this, right? Because I can guarantee you that I highly doubt that in the original Japanese they were saying poggers, right?
Well,
I know-
and
this is
also,
the
like,
issue. The issue is if the guy or whoever was doing Reddit speak in English Yakuza, if he was doing Chan speak in the Japanese, then doing the
Maybe.
Reddit equivalent is perfectly acceptable.
But the problem, Ellie, with that is normies like us that don't understand Japanese aren't going to know that.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems here that makes
That's
this
the problem.
such
That's
a big
why
issue.
Yeah, that's why all of these issues crop up, because it's like it's almost like we have to kind of go on a trust system, right? We almost have to trust these people that they're not being fuckwits. And that's the problem, because right now, because there's been so many cases of translators and localizers doing shit that's like that we object to, public trust in them is at an all-time fucking low, right? So even if that character in that specific situation saying poggers is justified, people are not going to trust that because they don't trust these fucking localizers anymore.
I think
and
that's
it would-
this trust is hard. There was the example of there was this one visual novel where a guy where tsundere was translated into
that we're gonna get to that. That's
Alright.
coming up. We're gonna get to that one specifically because I want to talk about that one specifically, but I want to talk about it when it comes up in the video.
Alright,
so.
I didn't catch that.
We have
part.
taken 34 minutes to get through 4 minutes of video. Good job.
Oh no!
guys.
Look, Hayes, this is normal. Don't worry,
This
it's
is
fine.
normal pace.
normal.
I believe
re-
you.
Get ready. Yeah. So to end this point, yeah, it's interesting that they bring up Yakuza. When, Yakuza had its
before
own.
we end this point, I do it's just a matter of language whether you want to call this the how quality localization or how quality translation makes the Yakuza series great. That's a question of language and what words you use.
Yeah,
And also, just from a point of view of as a video producer, I would have liked to see examples of this get thrown out, like go into detail about it.
Also,
Does
who's
Red Bar
typing?
do any of this?
Someone's
No.
Someone's typing. I don't.
Oh,
know
my
what someone's
keyboard is a loud ass mechanical
typing.
keyboard.
Alright, well,
You'll
but
know.
just be
No, it's
careful
not me
with that.
typing. I'm saying you'll know when it's me typing.
Yeah, well, whoever was typing, be careful with that, because that annoys the shit out
Oh,
of me.
sorry, I was like reaching over, I accidentally clicked my keyboard.
It annoys the shit out of me when it comes up in the videos. But
Yeah,
anyway,
don't worry,
continue.
I'll edit it out. So it's fine.
Alright, let's continue.
overseas success. It's not only a testament to how important good localization can be, but also about how localization and anglicizing aren't the same thing. It's also good
How?
proof that comedy is
Zero
generally where
examples.
localization.
Yeah, how, and also anglicizing. Localization is not the same as anglicizing, you say.
I
Because if
understand what
it
they're
was-
That
talking
sounds
about.
very imperialistic for me, you know. You've got to anglicize the language, you know.
Well, I don't think Yakuza is much anglicized, otherwise that Nico Nico Doga logo would be replaced by a YouTube logo.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not
that's
saying
the-
that, but you know, the use of anglicization, you know, that's very
Well,
interesting.
I just found the fact that again she's doing this thing where she's like separating things, right? Like she's trying to like almost formulate her own definitions of what localization means. And run
Anglicizing
counter.
is bad, but localization is good.
Because
Yeah,
localization
exactly.
is the same as translating.
Yeah, it's almost like saying like conquest is bad, but imperialism is good.
Wait, don't
Well,
reverse.
Conquest is good though.
Well, here's the thing, right? I believe that, obviously, I think that localization should be mixed into translation, and we shouldn't be separating the fuck. Like, it's less that I'm trying to change the definitions. More, I think that when people talk about things, they shouldn't talk about localization. They should just talk about the translation is bad, right? It's because when you just say, oh, the localization's bad, it diverts criticism away from the whole process, right? But it's fair, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't like this idea of
Semanticizing.
yeah. It gets annoying. It gets really annoying. I tried not to do it myself, but I fail sometimes. But anyway, let's continue.
Localization is most noticeable, and this goes double for jokes based on puns and wordplay. Obviously, the humor of the pun, especially, is going to be lost if you don't localize it, so translators will often try to use the Japanese as a base to put in a similar joke that'll still be funny and understandable for an English-speaking audience. And honestly, there's nobody better at coming up with puns than game translator Blick, who told me about this. The intent of jokes is to be funny, and laughter crosses language barriers. One example I've heard of is Nabeshin seeing a screening of the dub for Nerima Daikon Brothers. He complimented the ADR staff specifically for the fact that the audience laughed at the appropriate times. On the flip side, representatives from Kara were not pleased when the audience laughed at inappropriate times in a screening of the Evangelion 3.0 dub, which caused the movie to get completely redubbed for the home video release. Anyways,
I remember that, like somebody mentioning
Yeah.
that.
I think it was.
I also have a quick
I think
question,
it was.
like-
I think it was in one of the last casts we mentioned the Evangelion thing. So yeah.
I
Oh,
also
well,
like
I
how there was
just-
a perfect time to give an example. They were showing Earthbound. They could have showed the Kokeshi Keshi Eraser example. They did not.
Like
bye.
a question I have is like, what is the context for the shows themselves? Like, is one of them a comedy? Is one of them supposed to be serious? Like, what is the context here?
There's no
Well-
context or references given anywhere throughout this video.
Well-
Don't
Yeah, like
worry.
I don't like I've heard of Ava, but I don't know about this other show. Like, is it a comedy? Like, are you
Well,
supposed
the
to laugh? Or?
the point isn't that it is a comedy or not. The point is that the
The
laughter
point is that
was
the point.
appropriate.
The point is that they were happy that people laughed at the appropriate times for the context within the Japanese, right? So they didn't care so much about what was being said, just that people laughed. And she and the person quoted are trying to use that to push the idea that in that particular instance the Japanese weren't caring as much about the meaning being translated as much as like the words being translated as much as
I
people
know, and I just
laughing
wanted
correctly.
context for
right?
the show that they mentioned, but never mind.
No,
Yeah, well,
it doesn't
I mean-
matter.
Yeah, I actually agree with Ellie on this, that in this case, the context of that doesn't matter for the point being made, right? But in saying that, I do think that, like, that particular example that was given in that quote doesn't necessarily make the rule, right? Just because one you know, but like just because one specific creator slash company slash whatever was pleased with the people laughing at the correct time or not pleased about them laughing at the inappropriate time doesn't necessarily invalidate anyone's criticisms, right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem here. It's like that doesn't really like invalidate people's concerns about the accuracy of these translations, right? That's because that's what my problem is with that part. But anyway, let's keep going.
I'm telling you all this because I think it's really important to understand that localization is the translation element that allows anything to be translated. And that includes words and phrases that don't really have a go-to English equivalent. And while words like honorifics and tsundere might be the first thing you think of when you hear this, you might be interested to hear that this also includes a lot of words that seem as commonplace as hi, but that's a whole other can of linguistic worms. So then, if localization can be so important, then why does it freak so many people out? Why are there so many people so horrified by localization, even though it goes hand in hand with translation,
Tell
to
us
the
our
point where they
feelings, please.
insist on support?
Yeah. This is definitely how. See, I don't think people are horrified. It's more concerned, right?
Why is
People-
it that none of these fairly popular YouTube or commentator personalities can have like any degree of nuance in their speak? Whenever they speak, it is like somebody turned the hyperbole up to 11 or something. There's
I
never
don't know,
like,
man.
yeah, these people have had some concerns about this, and I want to address this. It's no, these people are horrified in their unreasonable, ravenous hordes descending upon these poor translators over the internet. Shut the fuck up, phone.
You're getting ringed by the police. They're coming to kill you. Get
This
you
is
to the
turning
theater.
into a background noise episode.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, but no. I agree with you. It's.
They found my hentai folder.
I agree.
All the
It's. Yeah, I agree. It's really annoying how she is basically saying, "Oh, everyone is just horrified and mortified, and it's a massive." It's like, no.
This is how you know they're building up a straw man too, because
Well, it's because they're villainizing their opposition, because that's what you do.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
villainize.
That's exactly what they're doing. Is it's essentially trying to paint the people who have concerns about this. And I think the idea is that if you do have concerns about this and you watch this video, the intent is to make you think, oh, shit, maybe I shouldn't care about, like it's a subtle form. Well, not even subtle. It's a form of emotional manipulation almost, right? To try and make you feel like you should feel bad because you care about this thing, right? And I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it at all.
my opinions are great, reasonable, and smell great. Your opinions
Yeah.
are bad.
Not to mention,
Crazy
it's just
and
it's
stinky.
it's inherently flawed. Let's say that everything that she said is true. Well, localization is important to translation. So why would you be afraid of localization? Yes, water is very important for me to live. Why am I worried about all this water flooding my house?
Yeah. Why are you worried about the fact you're trapped in a room and the water level's rising?
Just drink the water, goddamn.
Just drink the water. All right, let's keep going.
Supporting translators and not localizers. Well, in addition to the fact that obviously there's a lot of people who don't really have a firm grasp on what localization is and isn't,
I
it's
remember that.
extremism. More specifically, it's for kids, an entertainment company that dubbed several anime in the 90s and early 2000s, which includes, but obviously isn't limited to,
Here's
a
the
lot of
cat's
the most
paw.
popular anime from the
Because
time.
we're not talking
but
about
despite the
poor
fact
kids.
that they haven't been
Yeah.
relevant in about a
And,
decade,
of course-
that doesn't
And nobody's
stop
been
people
complaining about them for about a decade.
And I didn't grow up with 4 kids. I never saw the edited in burgers, whatever, sandwiches. I saw the rice balls as a child. And they ate rice balls.
Hey, sometimes they were described as jelly donuts.
Not
And even as a kid, I was like, that's a weird fucking looking donut. Where's the hole?
yeah. Fun fact: I actually have. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. I have it somewhere. I actually got a signed photograph with the voice. Not. It's a signed picture of the frying pan as a drying pan. Shot by the voice actor. So
Oh yeah,
that's something.
the 4Kids voice actors notoriously didn't like the company they worked for.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't worry, if you're happy to hear about 4Kids, this part of the video goes on forever.
Yeah, so let's get back to it.
People from constantly bringing them up in debates about.
So okay, I don't. Here's the funny thing. Actually, I know. She says that people are constantly bringing 4Kids up. Here's the thing. People on our side of the fence are not actually the ones bringing 4Kids up, in my experience. It's the other side of the fence that does it. They go like, "Oh, you're just talking about 4Kids stuff. Oh no, we're not talking about 4Kids type stuff." I actually had a rant on Twitter about this like a year ago, where people were just kept on bringing up fucking like 4Kids shit to try and deflect. It's like, oh, at least it's not as bad as fucking 4Kids stuff. What are you complaining about? Blah, 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 blah. And so I don't
You know
think
what the response to that is? Yeah, it's not as bad, but that's not important here. Like you're saying, I'm bringing up 4Kids in this whole thing. Well, or that people are bringing up 4Kids in this thing. Well, I'm not. So
Yeah, exactly.
And also people are bringing it up because it's a good example for bad dubs and localization. Like
it's the most extreme. Yeah, it's
the most extreme on the spectrum. So of course it is going to come up at some point if you're going to be making comparisons between like things, right? Like it's just natural.
It's comparative analysis or comparative. It's comparative analysis.
However you say it. But anyway, let's keep going.
Translation, no doubt, because of how unforgettable a lot of their creative.
The only example of a show being localized in recent memory that was quite as egregious as 4Kids was when they tried to localize Smile Pretty Cure in the West, and there was this entire episode where like they had like this. Okay, so in the original show, there was this episode, there's this good, 32-part, hour-long video on just the amount of shit they changed. But, there was this one part where, in the original show, everyone took a field trip to Osaka, right? And in the localization, they took a trip to an Asian cultural festival.
Oh.
Mind you, this was in 2014, 2015, so it's kids know what Asians are now.
Yeah. It's like, come on.
Now you're reminding me of that one awkward zombie comic about Phoenix Wright, where it's like, come and enjoy these delicious hamburgers in San Francisco.
Come eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
Oh my god. Alright, let's keep going.
Creative choices.
You look kind of down, Ash. Huh? Have a donut. That always cheers me up. Pika pika!
These donuts are great. Jelly-filled are my favorite. Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
But what a lot of people don't realize is that we remember 4Kids so clearly for the same reason that we shouldn't consider them a typical
I
example
don't
of what
remember
localization
4Kids at
looks
all,
like.
because it never
I don't
entered
consider them
my...
a typical example.
I usually don't remember them. Even when this comes up, I usually don't have them in mind.
I remember it quite a bit because I watched a lot of things on that for those time blocks back in the day. But as somebody who remembers it very clearly, I don't consider them a typical example.
No, me neither. But anyway, let's keep going.
Because they're an extreme case. They're an outlier. In fact, I think they would only loosely qualify as localization since the primary goal of 4Kids' work was never to preserve the original. It was to make it palatable to a young American audience, which means conforming to the rules.
You're trying to make it palatable to an American audience, right? So that means that you're trying to culturally connect it to a younger American audience.
Yeah, it's localizing it.
Yeah,
Well,
that would be a localization.
it would
be bad. It would be a bad example of it, but it would still be a localization.
It is localization without the intent to preserve.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
but
is-
it's not
Yeah.
localization by Red Bard's defense, because localization can only be translating the intent of words truthfully and honestly.
Yeah, you can. It's so fucking blatant what she's doing here, right? Where she's trying to separate the negative aspects of localization from itself. Oh no, localization is not anglicizing things. Localization means that you have to keep the original meaning. So these 4Kids dubs are not localized. You see, it's so fucking overt what she's trying to do. Right? It's oh no, I'm gonna take all of these things that people are negative parts of the thing being talked about and just kind of put them in a box just got to push them over there, right? We're not, that's not part of that. We have to shove that under the rug and not acknowledge that no, it is a bad localization, right? Like you can twist the fucking meanings of words around as much as you want, but by the very definition of what a localization is, it's a fucking localization.
It's a localization and it's a translation. It's just very bad at it.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let's get
American TV, which, in case you don't know, can be very strict in what is and isn't allowed if you want to maintain a certain rating. Case in point, you could remove scripts from the equation entirely and 4Kids still has things like this going on. There's a nickname for dubs that completely alter their source material like this, and it's hack dubs. And in case it wasn't obvious, yeah, rather than fully localized dubs, the entire 4Kids library is just full of hack dubs. And sadly, there's a whole lot of people out there whose view of localization has been soured by these hack dubs, but you just gotta remember that they're not emblematic of what localization is. Again, hack dubs aren't localization.
I mean, yeah, they're just bad localization. Like, that's...
This is
they're
exactly
just
what I
bad.
mean. This
Yeah.
is exactly what I mean.
Exactly what
It's
we were
not
talking
it's
about.
not a localization, it's a hack dub. Don't call it a localization. Call it a hack dub. You don't hate localization, you hate hack
This is a
dubs.
semantics argument. Jesus fuck.
It's so fucking blatant what she's trying to do.
Also, I
She's
find it funny that she's implying this is where it all came from, where I found most people's negative assumption of localization came much later than 4Kids and wasn't even targeted at them.
I would argue that the most egregious example that I think triggered a shitload of people, like essentially like the woking moment, right? That woke a shitload of people was Fire Emblem Fates. I think Fire Emblem Fates was a moment where a lot of people kind of woke up and realized, wait a fucking second, what the fuck's this?
Who does
Right?
she think the average age range of an anime audience is now? Because I'm gonna be real with you, most Zoomers don't even know what a 4Kids is,
Yeah, Zoomers aren't gonna know what fucking 4Kids
and that's most of the audience is, and most of the audience is like, teenagers to young adults. Like,
I would argue that most
millennials are
I would
kind of
say-
phasing out of this because they got
Yeah.
lives now.
a shitload of
Or
shitload
dying
of
to Corona.
no dying to corona. Yeah, no, I reckon a shitload of most like current.
I sure wish I was dying
hard-
of corona right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, it's blatant what she's trying to do, and I actually find it very disingenuous, where you are trying to just basically separate, what people like, trying to dictate what people should be talking about, and trying to redefine the language and create new terms when we don't need to have a new term for a hack.
It's
for
very
this one.
it's very intellectually dishonest. Like she's moving the goalpost continuously.
Like, we don't need to call these things hack dubs. We can just call them bad localizations, right? There's absolutely no reason to separate a hack dub from a localization outside of maybe a few contextual examples. For example, I would consider Ghost Stories to be a hack dub, because that is very blatant in what it does. And I also fucking hate the motherfuckers on Twitter that keep going on and on and on about, but Ghost Stories was a good one. Ghost Stories was really fucking good. That means localization isn't bad, guys, because everybody loves the Ghost Stories dub.
People love it because it's fucking cringy and funny as fuck.
I hate it.
What they kind of miss with the Ghost Stories thing, too, is that the context in which it was released. That was ADV circa, like, the 2000s, and literally nobody in the West... Like, we had far less of a connection with what was being released over there and what was being released on this side. And, like, real talk, nobody who had an interest in watching that, or like they weren't interested in the original scripts. They thought, hey, whatever, we can market it to more people if we have like a silly, joke dub, whatever. But here's the thing:
Well,
those
also they found out
DVDs,
that the dub
those
was bad.
DVDs still came with the original audio and came with a separate subtitle track specifically for the Japanese audio. So one of the parts that one of the things they don't seem to ever mention is that they still did their due diligence in the process of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
But
just
I-
realized that
more
it
serious
was a bad
story,
anime.
watch in
They didn't think
Japanese.
it would
Oh,
sell.
sorry, Hayes.
They were told it was a bad anime. It didn't do well in Japan. They didn't think it was going to do well in America.
Actually, you're wrong about that. It did actually relatively okay in Japan based off the TV ratings.
Fair enough.
That's a common misconception about the ghost stories kind of stuff. Because I had a friend of mine who kind of did some research into it and looked into it, and apparently it did average in terms of ratings, in terms of stuff. I don't know particularly how well it did in DVD sales, because that actually matters a lot more when judging how successful something is, right? In terms of that. But based off the watch numbers of the show, it wasn't like it was a complete flop. It did fine for an anime that was airing at that time slot at the time. It was relatively average. But I don't disagree that from the American perspective, they probably got the anime and were yeah, we don't think that something like this is going to really sell, so we'll just, fucking slap a fucking funny dub on it.
And they have a jokey dub. It's hey, if you want to have a silly little kid adventures with spirits and stuff, here's the jokey dub.
And
a bit more serious. Watch it in
but
Japanese.
but as I was saying, my problem with it is that a lot of people on Red's side here, right, will use ghost stories as some kind of example of, look, changing the meaning's not always bad. It worked in Ghost Story, and they're completely missing the fact that Ghost Stories is actually an exception to the rule, right? It's not.
If anything, Ghost Stories was just an abridged.
Yeah, exactly. And I really hate and get
We
really
drove
annoyed.
the car off the cliff and we found a nice place to picnic. Let's not drive cars off cliffs every single time.
Right. But anyway, let's continue.
Localization. Dubs. Localization goes hand in hand with translation, and in fact, the two really shouldn't be separated since.
Then why the fuck are you doing it then?
My biggest problem is that she keeps repeating it. It's the third time,
that's
fourth.
that's what I was gonna say. Why do you keep fucking separating it and then saying that it's, it's annoying.
This localization is equally as important. Like I said earlier, it's what allows even the untranslatable to be translatable. Self-proclaimed purists may argue that, necessary or not, any changes made from localization still make a translation less authentic than the Japanese, and that they'd opt for a literal translation instead, but, I really don't think you know what you're asking for when you ask for a literal translation, because believe me, you may think that you want one, but I don't think you actually want one.
Okay. The myth of literal translation. The word structure and characterization, the grammar, the creative choices the author made simply can't be translated directly. You will not be getting this experience that the author wanted if you directly translate. Now, I have an issue with the whole directly translating nonsense, because I have a sneaking suspicion that there is a issue of communication. And it is a very similar issue of communication to another debate that happens a lot, which is politics in video games.
Well,
right?
Before we go to a tangent, I do want to say that the quote beneath it is correct.
Agreed.
There is
That's
no
not my
literal
problem,
translation that directly translates the creative decision and the meaning of the author.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The problem I have is you have this miscommunication, and it's very, very similar to politics in video games. Because what happens is people are essentially simplifying what they want, right? And this is prevalent a lot on Twitter, because obviously you have the character limit. You can't say as much as you would want, and you can't extrapolate as much as you want. So you have to kind of boil what you want down to a very simple tagline, right? People that are asking for direct translations are not actually asking for direct translations. They're asking for authentic translations, but saying direct translation takes less letters, right?
Saying
That's what I
direct
get
translation is also a bit of a red herring so that they can misrepresent their opponent's point. Like that's
Yeah.
that's what this entire video has basically been. She's misrepresenting what people are actually saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and just
and-
to finish up the politics in video games, of course, people don't want all politics out of video games. They just don't want to be preached with pre-select
Yeah.
political views, etc., etc.
And that's my point, is when people say they don't want politics in video games, a lot of the response to that will be, oh, so you mean you don't want Metal Gear Solid, and that's a game that's got politics in it.
First
Ah,
Nier
yes, Metal Gear
inspired by-
Solid with a heavy political take of destroying the entire world with nuclear arms is bad.
Well, what
So-
about Nier? The first Nier, good old inspired by 9/11.
Yeah, so that's
Good
the
old
thing,
days
right?
after
It's
9/11.
the good old days. So that's the thing, right? Is when people say that they don't want politics in games, they're not saying, oh, we don't want any politics in games at all. It's, as Ali said, it's about being preached to. It's about people using video games as propaganda, about preaching a political stance.
Well, on
And-
a more
and-
fundamental level, though, sweetheart, you're just shit at writing a political story. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of the time it's very annoying to have to go through that argument all the time.
And there is a
There's
big
also
difference.
like a linguistics argument as well, because not all languages can directly translate into each other. Like I mentioned before, like the sentence structure of Japanese and English is a bit different. So directly translating, it's not going to make
I think
sense.
Ali said before, yeah, you'd get English is what you'd get, right? Is that,
Yeah, English.
That's English.
And even if you
English.
put the words in the correct order, what you get out of the direct translated sentence would still mean the same thing as it did in Japanese. You
I
need
want
to
to go
change
back for
some
just
words.
a second.
Yeah, because how do you write something in English to be more polite?
All right, well let Moons go.
I just want to go back for just a second about the political preaching. This reminds me of when global warming was the big hot button issue and you had people injecting it into things. Even people who agreed with the issue didn't like it because it was just straight preaching to you, and it felt out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
I mean,
actually
you
made
could say
people...
that's Sid Meier's games, or was it the space one, the old space one?
Yeah, it's Alpha Centauri, yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Alpha Centauri actually explored the things it was talking about. Like, okay, you can talk about, racism in a video game, but if your only thing is, hey, racism is bad, I'll agree with you. Most
And
people will agree
everyone
with
that's
you that
racism
racism
is
is
bad.
bad. But, like, if that's all you have to say about it, why are you even bringing it up? I don't care. Let me play the fucking game.
All right.
It's like
So-
racism is bad, McKay.
So to tie it back to this, so we can move on, right? The issue I have with this is, yeah, I believe that it's a miscommunication between the people arguing and the people taking in the argument. I think it's a misrepresentation of what people are actually calling for when they mean direct translations, and I think this entire section is going to be a pain in the ass to watch. So let's just get through it.
Like, you can
It's just gonna
tell
be
me
long.
racism is bad all day, but I'll still hate white women.
In the same way you can hear someone but not be listening to them, so too can you translate something but not understand it. And that's pretty much exactly what a literal translation is. Let's look at an example. A few months after Google Translate launched in 2006, one optimistic journalist wrote, "One day people will only need to know a single language for access to everything on the internet. A service like Google Translate is a great start
Sounds
to
like a
that end."
dystopia.
The year is currently 2020, and YouTube videos where people put text through Google Translate a handful of times and then post the wacky results are pretty much their own subgenre. So how is it then that a service that prides itself in its accurate machine learning can mess up so badly and so frequently? After all, shouldn't these
Well-
accurate machine
Well, pause for a second here. The author, in his defense, it's a great start to that.
Yeah.
And
And
just
it's not like it's a single translation that's coming out so janky. They're putting it in like 30, 40, 60, 70 times.
And,
Yeah.
you can actually put something through Translate and it takes more effort to kind of work through the jank, but you can get the basic idea.
Yeah,
of what's
I mean,
being
I
said.
use Google Translate, and I use Google Translate when I'm on Pixiv or when I'm on Twitter or whatever to kind of read descriptions of stuff or tweets. And of course, I wouldn't use it in like a professional sense, right? I wouldn't use it if I was trying to do anything professional. But if I'm just on Twitter and I see a Japanese guy make a tweet with some porn and he's explaining like what's going on in the porn, I'll like pop on the Google Translate and just kind of like read through the jank to kind of just get the general gist of what he's trying to say. Like I wouldn't like, you know, I'd always preface it as being, yeah, it's a shitty Google Translate, take it with a grain of salt, but it will at least give you somewhat of an idea, right?
The thing which you need to remember with Google Translate also is that Google Translate doesn't translate it to the correct... doesn't translate correctly. It translates towards what most people want it to say. So even a validated translation isn't a guarantee, because it's just more of a majority opinion rather than a correct opinion on what the correct translation is.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, right? Is you have to always take it with a bit of a grain of salt, no matter what machine translate. You know, it could be Google, could be Bing, could be whatever fucking machine you're using.
Version 14.
Yeah, whatever you're using, you always have to kind of take it with a grain of salt. There has been a rise recently of translation edited bracket for a lot of quick translations that have been popping up in certain websites, which I think might have a few people scared, but even though they probably shouldn't be scared about that. So yeah, I think that it's machine translation. It's definitely come a long way in the last few years, but I can agree with the point that you shouldn't trust it, but I don't agree with the point that you should just immediately kind of discard, you know, oh, it's worthless, right? I don't think it's worthless, I just think it's fine depending on what you're doing. So, let's continue.
Machine translations epitomize what it means for a translation to be literal? Well, actually, that's the problem. That's why the quality of Google Translate continues to be so dubious, because it is making literal translations. That's to say, it's making translations that don't take
on screen
into
for
account
far too
things
short
like...
of a time.
Yeah.
It should really be a small minute of analyzing or explaining why the Google translation was so bad.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
But we need all this background image of
and
dictionaries.
instead just looking for the most likely one-to-one equivalent. And when certain words can't be found, well, they just leave them as is. And just so we're clear, this does not mean that a translation is literal just because you see some honorifics or a couple other Japanese words sprinkled around in there. Sometimes translators will leave them in, sometimes they won't. It's a really situational thing that can vary project by project, but we're getting off topic. That topic being that when things are translated literally, finding the closest thing to a one-to-one word equivalent takes priority over things like subtext, emotion, characterization, or any other element that might have contributed to an author's choice of words, effectively just throwing all those elements out the window. Especially when it comes to fiction, word choice can be, and in fact often is, perhaps the most important vessel through which a story is told. If nothing else, it's definitely the one that people notice first and focus on more often. Case in point, the way you interpret a situation when you read that someone dashed versus someone ran, that someone smiled versus
this
beamed.
Kind of
context can generally...
This is dragging on a bit, I think.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm not pausing, because there's not really anything to pause on, and it's just kind of the same.
Some of it is just a good example of, I can't believe you can say so many words and still mean nothing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like most basements.
Can generally help one decide between
Lefty
using
memes.
words that are dynamic versus formal versus casual versus whatever else, but translating words literally just won't do that, because literal translations, by their very nature, are devoid of things like context and characterization. And that lack of context is frequently going to end up being especially crucial, because Japanese is a language that relies...
Pause. Who the fuck is Red Bard's audience? Because it sounds like you're trying to explain something to a class of middle schoolers.
Yeah, gotta repeat everything 4 times.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Is this why I hear 16-year-olds on the internet say dumb fucking shit about anime constantly? Is it because of people like this?
But I actually think it is. I mean, how Pedantic Romantic pretty much spearheads a lot of the fucking trap shit we've been having to deal with for the last 5 years. So all it takes is one popular fucking person to start a fucking trend, and then all of a sudden it fucking you can't. It's like a virus.
Traps are good, and you should like us.
Yeah.
Us.
But anyway.
Show me those pictures.
He did. He posted a selfie in the chat literally an hour ago.
Okay.
I literally did.
I'm going.
Yeah,
to
he lit.
Okay, Ellie, you're gonna be
did.
my Jamie right now. Bring that shit up on screen.
Jamie, pull that up on the screen. Let's go.
I refuse.
Instead of putting up the fucking image, you should just put the JoJo meme.
It's a JoJo reference.
Yeah, it's the same amount of effort in the editing to put the fucking image up, but you use it for the meme instead of the fucking image. Oh, alright, but anyway, I'm gonna keep going and see if she actually makes a point.
Heavily on context. In short, literal translations leave you with only words, and not necessarily the ideas behind the words. At best, they'll leave you with a really awkward and dry sentence, but even that's pretty optimistic. There's a lot of irony at work when people claim
Hey
that
Ellie,
they prefer
not to pull your
so-called
creative
literal
hand at me,
translations
but no, keep going because they're still not saying anything.
Alright.
because
Not
the
to pull your
author's
creative hand at me,
author's
but
intent, because these are the
you know
translations that
what you should
actually
put
bleach out authorial
as the,
intent most.
thumbnail for this
Obviously,
video?
jokes and puns
Remember
and
the-
such are
remember
where
the
this is
straw
the
man
most
guys
obvious,
from,
but you don't even
Legend of
need
Zelda?
to use them as examples to get
Oh,
this
yeah?
point across.
Yeah, you should put them
since
up.
Even regular
There's a little
sentences just
dancing
sound
You mean
like
the
a
Skull
mess when you
Kids?
use
No, not the
literal
Skull Kids.
words
You could
to say nothing to the
summon.
effect that they don't tell
You could
anything
summon
about
a
who
straw
said
man,
when
and you could
why,
use them as a
which
hook
can
shot
Oh,
target.
some
for the
The
hook shot
Scarecrow.
target.
yeah.
Yeah.
tremendously. There's a fantastic example of
And you
this in
danced with
Sarah
one in
Moon's
Majora's
The Case for
Mask.
Localization video, and I'm gonna leave this video on the end card.
In fact,
and a
just
link
have
to
it
the
dancing.
description, because I
This
would
lady's
definitely
eyes are
recommend
too
giving the
wide.
full video a watch. Anyways, in the meantime, here's
Also, how
Sarah's
old is she?
example of
Why is
this
she
in
wearing
action.
pigtails?
Alright, here we go. Here's an example.
はあいいなセーラー V ちゃんなんてさテストも関係ないし悪者退治なんてスカッとしそうだしそれに比べて私ははあいいなセーラー V ちゃんなんてさテストも関係ないし悪者退治なんてスカッとしそうだしそれに比べて私は
The cherry on top of the you don't actually want a literal translation Sunday is
I
that
didn't
even if
think
a
the first one was
translator
that
and their
bad.
editor decided to just say screw it and use a literal translation anyways, they still might not be able to because the medium they're translating in just
Be a plus
might not
okay,
let one
because I
fit.
don't. This is the. She defines literal translation as machine translation, I believe, because
Yeah.
a literal translation would be like. I'm already forgetting the sentence, like. Ina is oh nice instead of oh it sucks. Because she starts her sentence with Ina, that is oh nice, literally speaking. And then she's, testo, it's something, Feeder, Seder Fichan, la la la, Kurabe, Tea, Watashi ga, dot. Something, so, I don't agree that what she showed a literal translation. And I have a small issue with the last sentence where she used for the localized translation or normal translation.
Interesting.
Well, even I could pick up. Like, that's why I didn't say anything the first time, because I was like, okay, no, that's fine. It's a little clumsy in some regards, but I can make out what it means.
It's a little jank, but you can, see through the lines. But you probably want something a bit more cleaned up. But yeah, But anyway, let's continue.
Just to say,
different mediums of
I disagree
translation
with
come with
both
their own challenges
interpretations.
that'll often require translators, editors, and ADR directors to get a little bit creative, In manga, for example, you have a very finite space for fitting the words,
Chad
and
Dutch
dubbing requires
translator.
syllables and mouth flaps to be matched. Just to make sure we're clear, though, this doesn't mean that mediums that have less limitations like subbed anime and even visual novels to a lesser extent are more likely to be more literal, because they're not. Spoiler
One real
alert, they're
quick
all fully
pause. I'm still translating a game that has a character limit of 65 characters per line and a maximum of 4 lines per box.
Oh, god damn it.
if the
So whenever somebody speaks a line, a sentence, I'm sometimes kind of forced to either add a sentence or a line, and when I can't add a line, I just have to cut something out of the sentence.
Yeah, because if I'm now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that when we're talking about games, right? Don't the Japanese they do have very restrictive character limits sometimes, because the amount of characters needed to say certain things in Japanese is, I believe, less than English. I think.
Yeah.
Because they have.
That's why Twitter's popular over there, because they can have much, even with the old 250 character limit, they were able to have much more in-depth conversations than in English.
You can have more complicated words. I believe that
Right.
Japanese has a slightly less information density in general, but you can have longer words, so to say, complicated words.
Yeah.
That's why
With more letters in it.
That's why misunderstandings are a common story element in a lot of. No, I'm not saying trope. I'm saying story element. God damn it! But it's a common story element in a lot of anime because of that lack of contextual information that's transmitted naturally through the language and the lack of, as you said, information density. English is a very information dense language.
Right.
Yeah, because I was actually reading a book where, how Japanese people think that Westerners are rude, and it's not like a cultural thing, it's a linguistic thing. Like,
Right.
English can be a bit more direct.
Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
I'm
Well,
curious,
too,
Ellie.
This is all to
Your
say
native
nothing of the fact
language,
that
right?
sometimes
Yeah.
Japanese rights holders will make specific
Pause
requests
for
for
it
how
real quick.
certain elements are treated.
Okay.
Yeah,
First one.
because I just want to ask out of curiosity. English is your second language, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, in comparison, and this is just personal curiosity, I probably shouldn't be asking this in the video, but whatever. But your language, Dutch, how would you compare it to English in terms of information density?
About the same.
About the same.
I don't think there's much difference. I mean, the languages are pretty closely related.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those European kind of languages are quite similar. I think German is also
Yeah, they're all
kind of
Germanic.
similar. Yeah. By the way, hey Ali,
Yeah.
pop for a dickama.
What's from a dicama? Oh.
Pop for a dick.
Oh, wait.
You got it.
Alright,
Don't
yeah,
worry.
yeah. It's
Don't worry about it.
slightly different how you should say it. But
It's
I get it.
because the key,
Dutch here,
my
just take over.
my Kiwi accent is probably butchering it completely. But I
What for
think you got it.
dicama?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
god.
man.
Put my dick in it?
All right, Ali, we're not going to tell them, so let's keep
No.
going.
Poker?
Let's-
I hardly even know her.
All right, let's keep going.
And while this is generally stuff like how characters' names get spelled or what the title is, it can still be anything.
I just
And
got
since
made
these
fun of
rights
in my-
holders, hold the rights, their requests are treated like the word of God. So, in conclusion, not only are literal translations the weakest kind of translations, but also because they're intentionally devoid of localization, it can be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get them to even fit within the medium of whatever's being translated. In short, they're a bad
Can
idea
I
on all
just
fronts.
one industry example, I guess. The manga and anime Karin had in the West has the title Chibi Vampire, which is of course to appeal to more chibi, cutesy, whatever.
Yeah, it would have been the
Yeah.
teenage audience at the time that was released.
And then you got Kodomono Jikan, which was supposed to get a title like Nympho or Nymphet, and people objected to, no, it's not what, but the author really approved of the title.
Yeah, she came up with the title. Another good example, and this is actually a kind of an interesting one, because he's on Twitter, and he kind of got like some shit recently because now this guy had been is a dual language speaker. He was a Japanese native, but he lived in Minnesota for quite some time. And his experience in translation goes all the way back to like 98 because he helped translate Martian Successor Nadesico in the West, right? Now, Martian Successor, that whole aspect was something he came up with. The original name was Shinseki Nadeseko. But apparently the people who act like, cause he was in communication directly with Zebek at the time. Apparently they liked the word Martian Successor so much that they actually used Martian Successor as the name of a terrorist group in the movie.
I mean, I guess it fits as a terrorist group name.
Yeah. It was just like one of those interesting things where like some changes in regards to things like titles can be like complicated and kind of have their own story behind it. Anyways, people got really pissed at him, like I would say like a year or so ago, because he was the one who did most of the translation for the Netflix version of Evangelion. But one of the things that a lot of people were accusing him of like gay erasure or whatever with Kaworu. He didn't even intend that. When he rephrased his words, he just thought that, well, Kaworu is Japanese, he probably wouldn't be as direct with an announcement of love or whatever, right? And that was just his whole logic behind it.
But of course, we live in 2020.
It's like I said before, it's a linguistics issue as well.
Yeah, and like there's a bunch of other shit, but like the thing is that he didn't intentionally change any of the ADV script. He retranslated the entire thing from the ground up. He didn't rely on a previous translation. So like a lot of people bitched at him, his translation as being less accurate than the ADV one, but I honestly kind of think it was probably more accurate simply because he had a lot of the context of what was being said, and more importantly, he was in direct contact with Hideaki Anno during the translation process.
Right. Okay. Well, let's keep going and see where we're moving to now.
So at this point, we've talked about translation and why you don't actually want literal ones. We've talked about localization and how it's not actually as scary as most people think. Meaning that, at long last, it's time to talk about...
There we go.
Let's fucking go!
Starting out with a strong quote here.
People like to bring out their Dragon-made memes nowadays, but one questionable line is hardly endemic of the entire dub, yet alone the translation and localization industry as a whole by Chang.
So, I'm just gonna say something right now with this line and why I have a problem with it. So, I have a lot more experience with Funimation than a lot of younger people now. My purchase of my second purchase of a DVD would have been their Gunslinger Girl release back in the mid 2000s, and even in that dub, they completely changed the context of several scenes and completely had a different phrasing of things that actually changed what the characters were saying in a few scenes. On top of that, they also fucked up laying out the episode titles, so that's quality as fuck. So what I'm trying to say is, people weren't just bringing out the Dragon Maid, people bring out the Dragon Maid memes now, but the reason that made such an impact is that Funimation had that reputation prior. Like, that wasn't just a sudden thing. They had the reputation of being really low quality prior compared to like other things, even back then, compared to other things like Ginyan or Bandai Visual.
And even if you're going to say it's not an example of the entire dub, it still got through. It still made it to the
It's
final
still a
release.
problem. It's still a fucking problem.
I think
So,
the fact
but-
that it made it through
Right.
that entire process is in fact endemic of the entire fucking
Yeah, because think of
company's
how many
efforts.
people must have seen that and said, yes, this is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Bio, you mentioned in the chat a day or two ago you were thinking about drinking games. I got one for you. I want you to take a drink every time she brings up prison school. All right. I want you to kill yourself live on video.
Listen, I do have school like in an hour, but I think my lips
Fuck
are full, but,
school.
I can
Fuck.
press this.
Listen, an example I wanted to bring up is that like this isn't the only anime. Like people bring up Dragon Maid, but this isn't
Okay.
the only anime. Like a
The
couple
reason.
of outliers, like
Okay, sorry, I'll let you go.
Oh no,
Yeah, like,
I
we've
would
got,
just
like-
want to say I have a stream button that I can press, and we can do it live, and I can
Do it
announce the stream.
Fucking
The
do it
man
live.
kills
Nah.
himself live on stream. Watch
No,
now
okay.
before bed.
Okay. All right,
Oh,
but
God.
but anyway, no. I'll let Bio go.
yeah. Aside from like Hajime no Gal, for an example, or Prison School, some of the more other outliers. Oh yeah. Actually, another example I can listen about, like not exactly like censorship, but like changing context, is Dragon Ball. Like Dragon Ball Z specifically. Like there's the fight between Goku and Frieza. They actually when Goku has a big moment where he's like, ally of good and stuff, like I am an ally of good, protector, stuff like that. In the Japanese sub, that's not what he says. Like it changes, like it gives a different context to Goku's character.
Yeah,
'Cause,
this
like, in
actually...
the dub, you think they, because like in the dub, it gives you the impression that Goku's doing all the stuff for like justice and stuff, and that isn't necessarily incorrect, but it isn't true. Like part of the motivation of why Goku does these things, why he fights Frieza, is because he's a strong opponent and he wants to fight him.
Right. So
Yeah, and I remember when Super came out, and that was a big thing, because everyone's like, oh, Goku's character is so drastically changed, when in reality, no, actually, this is just what Goku's character actually is.
So yeah, to recap and get fucking ready, buckle the fuck up, lads. Yeah, people bring out the Dragon Maid memes because it's kind of almost like the 4Kids thing from years ago, right? It is the most recent and most egregious example in modern like anime history of the context being changed so fucking hard, right? And I'm very interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, like
So-
the context took an entire 180.
So let's hear the justifications. Let's go.
Overseas anime fans saw tons of blatant censorship in anime back when hack dubs were at their peak in the 90s and early 2000s. This includes, but obviously isn't limited to, one of the most ridiculous instances of LGBTQIA plus erasure in
What's the IA part?
I don't even fucking know.
Asexual and intersexual.
I actually heard they're adding.
Intersex and asexual.
Oh,
I would
okay.
believe.
Oh, fuck's
Okay.
sake.
I
The
mean, I did hear
regular
they were trying to
alphabet
add like pedophilia at some point to the thing as well. So, you know.
Oh, here's the thing. I don't even
Just
even
say queer
disagree.
erasure. Just say queer erasure. That is so.
Yeah,
that rolls
like
off
I
the
don't
tongue.
I don't even disagree with like that this was bad and shouldn't have happened. It's just that did you really have to list the whole fucking alphabet soup? You know, like
It It wasn't bad. It unintentionally gave a lot of people fetishes for their cousins. Literally, that's what happened. They tried to phrase them as being fucking cousins, and it made the whole
Cousins, yeah.
entire thing really fucking awkward. Like the fucking Folgers commercial.
Yeah, they're really
God.
close, man. Yeah, they're cousins. They're just cousins,
all right,
just like in Alabama.
let's
They're
keep
just
going.
gal
television
pals.
history.
How'd you guys meet then?
We're cousins. We grew up together.
Huh?
We've been inseparable since we were born. We can almost read each other's minds.
Like best friends?
They seem to be very good friends.
I like how now this is the first time we get an actual example.
Yeah.
And it's good. Like, it's a
Yeah.
good example.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Dubs are exponentially more rare, and companies generally worry less, if at all, about conforming to TV rating rules. The nature of what
Pause.
censorship can look like in
People say that, right? That now there's less of a reason to bother with TV rating rules. But the thing is that many streaming companies, Netflix, Hulu, they still age gate certain releases based off of
They still do have to comply with
off of
ratings.
TV ratings, and a lot of people seem to think, and I don't know where this line of reasoning comes from. They seem to think, oh well, it's streaming, nobody really cares anymore. But like that's not the case at all. There's a reason movie theaters or movie producers aim for that PG-13 rating. That's a Goldilocks zone where everybody's interests are more or less maintained. This is why, for example,
and you get the most
you get the most amount of income. This is why the Joker movie doing as well as it did was such a big deal, because that showed that you could still make an R-rated movie that was profitable in the modern day, right? So as long as they had the quality to back it up. So I don't believe for a second that there isn't there isn't on some level a motivation to push towards a TV-14 rating in streaming in order to try to get a larger audience, because we know that there are actually people who follow age gating. We like to say, oh, parents don't do that. That's a generalization. There's still a lot of people that actually do follow age gating, and that actually does impact their bottom line.
As parents fucking should, to be fair. I mean, like,
my sister age gates things for her children.
Yeah, as she should, right? And here's the thing, right? Even though, end of the day, they still have to conform with ESRB, don't they? They still have to conform with, ratings boards, regardless of if it's online or not, right? Like, you still have to have shit rated, especially in certain countries like New Zealand, where not getting a rating could lead to shit getting banned, right? So you kind of it's. Yeah, I don't agree with the idea that the ratings are not important, or
and
they're not as
now
big of a
more
problem.
than ever, you're seeing like, oh, this is banned in Australia because of this content.
Yeah,
Topical.
Not to date the video, but So I agree. I think that it's more.
We should make a video one day that is actually legally banned in Australia.
That would be fucking hilarious. I'd love it.
Just an hour-long discussion on what specific Eromanga Sensei character we'd like to fuck.
Listen, I have a question. What is this Australia you speak of?
What is Australia?
All I see is this empty land right for colonization.
All I see is New. Hey, no, that was New Zealand.
No,
Ellie.
no, Australia is New China.
No,
you see, Australia is the island that Britain started sending their prisoners to after everyone else got independence.
I'm gonna go on a tangent, and Ellie will probably back me up on this. New Zealand was actually not first discovered by Captain Cook. It was discovered by a Dutchman. I don't quite remember his name. Might have been him, yeah. It was first discovered by a Dutchman.
Dutch revisionism happening.
Yeah, no. So hear me out. So basically, he came to New Zealand. He met the Maoris, and the Maoris ate like half of his crew.
Well, no, like they went on shore. Then hey, and the natives were hey meat, and then oh damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, this is how Dutch do diplomacy. They offered trade.
Yeah.
The natives killed them. Trade negotiations broke down.
Negotiations have failed. Peace was never an option.
Because the Maori are not at war with any other nations, the Dutch couldn't convince any nearby countries to wage war on them so they could get trade deals. So that's why they left.
and then Cook showed up, and Cook.
Well, and of course, the whole point of the Dutch discovered the entire continent of Australia, because there was no trade to be had, it was worthless.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's interesting histories.
And the British saw a bunch of land and said, "Oh, good, we're going to take it all because we want land. We don't care about trade."
I mean, New Zealand is called New Zealand, and if I'm correct, there is a place in Holland which is called Zealand.
Well,
so they were
Zealand
something like
lies below Holland.
Oh, okay. Right.
Because
but still, it's the same.
Holland is two provinces.
I always wanted to know
North and
where
South
Old
Holland.
Zealand was.
Yeah, old Zealand is in is up in the EU. So anyway, let's
No,
get
I wonder
off,
where Old
off,
England is.
Old England. But anyway,
In
let's get back on track.
Translated media, but anime especially, has changed a lot. Specifically, we're going to talk about censorship as it relates to translated scripts. Visual censors or content changes are a whole other can of worms. But anyways, for a lot of people,
worms.
the turning point for the next era of censorship in anime was
Here we
Funimation's
go.
Prison School dub. Specifically, it was an instance where Gamergate was referenced.
Whoa, pump the brakes, Arthur Fonzarelli. Have you got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
Yeah, not a lot of people were big fans of this, and they claimed that Funimation was needlessly injecting politics into their translations. The
Claimed.
Ne-
No, you just showed that they did.
No. Yeah.
I gotta love
Also,
that.
A question I have asked, like, how many people in Japan will have actually heard of Gamergate?
Not a fucking lot.
I like how in the article you can see episode 7 of the English dub reportedly includes the line.
Man, 2015, Jesus.
Look at
Yeah,
that,
guys, now.
look at that
Peace out.
fucking, like, non-response. That fucking...
In creating English dubs over the past 20 plus years, Funimation has always modified each Japanese script to appeal to a Western audience. This ensures that North American audience can enjoy the high quality viewing experience regardless of the familiarity with Japanese culture. Neither the dialogue in our shows nor the personal statement of our actors or writers reflect the views and opinions of Funimation of Funimation. Official statements from Funimation are only released via the company-owned channels, i.e. websites, social media, profiles, or...
This is the
flyer.
fucking corporate bullshit that Red Bard is simping for right now. Who died?
Bio died. Bio had to go.
Did he? Oh, well, he should.
Yeah. I told him what to do beforehand. He's gonna stop his recording here and then save it.
Yeah.
So his recording will end here, and then Ali should be able to sort of
Background stuff behind the curtains. Anyway, yeah, this is a
fine.
nonsense. This is a non-article about a non-statement.
Yeah,
it's a
but,
statement that says nothing.
So let's talking about the event itself, right? So I very vividly remember this happening. It was a trip. When was Gamergate?
Wasn't it
13?
2014?
Yeah, I remember. I was on the fucking couch in fucking 2014. It was a very shitty experience.
So it was 1 year after Gamergate, because it's 2015, 10th to the 3rd, right? So it's 1 year after Gamergate. They put this in, and yeah, I remember it being fucking wild. And I feel like what might have exacerbated, because when did Fates come out? Was Fates 2015 as well?
I think it was a little earlier.
I can go Google it.
Yeah, go Google that. Jamie, go fact check that for me.
Thanks, Jamie.
2015, June 2015.
Okay, so was that before or after this event?
Should be before.
Okay,
see,
so if it was before,
Yeah, it was before.
okay. 2015 was kind of wild because you had a lot of this, like these instances of this kind of censorship / line changes happening at around the same time, right? You had the Fate stuff going on, then this happened, right? Then the Nintendo blow up with that, what was her name, Alison Rapp, the person that was the Treehouse person that was doing shit, right? That happened. Then you had a few other cases kind of sprinkled around in that year as well. And I think that all of those cases combined kind of amplified each other, right? Which is why you saw such a massive, like, thing. And with the Gamergate one especially, because a year out from Gamergate, it was still kind of a fresh wound for a lot of people, right? So I'm not shocked, or I wasn't shocked at the time that it became such a huge fucking issue. And I don't buy this bullshit that it wasn't a fucking politically motivated change. I think that's fucking ridiculous.
It was obviously politically motivated because the line had nothing to do with what was said in the
It might
Japanese
not.
release.
It might not have been politically motivated by the suits, right? The higher ups.
Well, the
but
suits,
definitely.
Nobody on the or down the line probably even double checked it because everyone's just fucking friends. Of course, this means that it's not at all emblematic of a of a larger problem within these companies, but okay, whatever.
No, the fact that these things can get past so many people and make it to release, definitely just one bad apple.
Yeah, definitely.
I
but
do
I
want to
think
say
that,
it's a really bad translation, localization. It's a really bad choice. It's far too topical. You know, speaking of just on the basis of the translation itself,
yeah,
it was, I assume, for the people who chose this, it was the most emblematic creep they could have imagined, so they chose it without regarding its the choice 1 year later.
Without regarding the consequences of their actions.
Without worrying about what it would sound like 1 year later.
Or you
2
can
years
say
later.
they weren't thinking about the context.
This is actually an example where a line of "Are you a misogynist or what?" would actually make sense.
Yeah, it's perfectly. Well, no, if I forget the exact. I read the manga of this for a bit, and I believe it was a general. What are you? Some kind of creep.
Just a generalized. What are you, some kind of pervert / creep, or generalized?
Hentai!
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, this was a fucking event, and I agree that it was an event. So let's see how Red tries to contextualize this, shall we?
Controversial line was eventually removed in later releases, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people forgave them for this.
Fuck no.
Stick up your ass? Or is that your pathetic attempt at talking to an older girl?
Okay, see that line was alright. That line was good.
So
that works.
I'm just going to say something. Just an old phrase to keep in mind. It takes a lifetime to build a reputation. It takes a day to destroy it. That is why people don't forget these things. It's part of human nature. This is
especially on the internet.
Yeah.
You don't recover. Like, there are some things. Sometimes you can recover. Pro Jared, for example, managed to somewhat recover.
You know how you recover? You recover by showing good actions going forward.
Or you do the JonTron thing and recover by not even thinking about it or mentioning it and just going on.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, then again, JonTron still pumped out good content as well on top of that.
He actually did apologize for what he said on the Destiny
Yeah, he
thing.
did.
So, like, for what it's worth...
He apologized, he explained himself, and then he dropped it. And that was honestly the best fucking thing he could have done.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And here's the thing. Even though he did that, there are still people out there that still haven't forgiven him for it.
Yeah.
Right? They still, every time he comes up, they come out of the woodwork. They're like little fucking wood weevils that just kind of crawl out of their little holes and they start screeching about how he's an alt-right Nazi or whatever, right? And just forgive. Just you're never going to get forgiveness from some people.
People would be tempted to say, "Oh, well, you're less tolerant towards those types of people," but with Funimation, you're a bit harsher. But like for that, because that's something that's obviously going to come up.
I just posted something in chat as a joke.
Yeah, for that, I would just say, JonTron at least showed himself through his actions going forward. After that, I really haven't seen anything from Funimation that would have even remotely.
Well, here's the thing: Funimation keeps fucking doing it.
And I believe that there is a difference in that Funimation is a company, and company don't generally make these personal apologies.
Yeah. No, they have a PR guy do it.
Well, I'm not even. I wouldn't even care if they didn't apologize. I just want them to stop fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem, is they keep, if this was an isolated incident, right? If this was the only time in the history of Funimation that they did this, fine. Okay, I wouldn't forget it, and I probably wouldn't forgive it, but I would probably be, over time, a bit more lenient on them, right? But then they did the Dragon Maid thing. Then they did the Hajime no Gal or whatever thing. Then they did another one, and another one, and another one. And it keeps coming up every so often, and people keep questioning, sometimes unjustifiably and sometimes justifiably. I'll be, like, honest and fair about that. Sometimes people overreact, right? But people keep having to question whether or not they're actually doing their job properly, because it's a consistent behavior, right? That's been shown, and they haven't shown any kind of signs of wanting to change that behavior. And that's what I think the problem is, and why people hate Funimation so much. Because if they just, change this, said, okay, that was a fuck up, we won't do it again, fine, whatever. But no, they keep doing it. But yeah, let's continue.
And as you even mentioned, they did it before with stuff like Dragon Ball. It wasn't the same type of stuff, but yeah.
It's a consistent.
That, like their release of Dance in the Vampire Bun actually removed some scenes as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when she was naked.
Yeah.
That's more of a ratings thing, I would say, rather than
it wasn't a ratings thing because they already had a TVMA rating.
More political ratings, more of the moral mothers than the personal opinions of the thing.
Well, look, censorship is still censorship. Let's not beat around the bush. I guess you can make excuses for it, but
there are different ways.
There are different levels and different. I kind of want to keep going, so let's continue.
Actually had the opposite effect. Moments like it and Dragon Maid's infamous patriarchy scene seem to be at the root of a school of thought that started to emerge that this is censorship that's meant to promote a left-leaning political agenda, and that it's an industry-wide problem
now it's a political
that happens
thing.
fairly often. Or at the very least, that it's a problem within Funimation, who, in fairness, is one of the largest influences within the Western anime industry.
What are you wearing that for? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves, so I changed clothes.
If we're gonna be totally honest here, not all, but the overwhelming majority of these criticisms and accusations are made in bad faith, as evident.
No.
I do
Fuck
want
you.
to have the example of the correct or whatever the subtitled version. Just for context.
I would have liked to have seen the.
So
I mean,
now
how
the straw
she could
man
have.
has.
Hang on, she could have. I'll let you go, but I want to finish Ellie's point because I actually agree with it. I would have liked to just show the fucking meme of the side-by-side comparisons with the Japanese text still there, because that exists. It's an easy-to-find meme. I think I probably have it saved somewhere on my computer. I'll go dig it up and send it to you, Ellie, in chat.
Oh no, I've seen it before.
Okay,
yeah, it's not even a case of, like, this is just bringing in something. It's a case of this is the complete opposite of what was actually happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so even if
Lolly, go!
Oh.
The floor is yours.
Well,
have fun.
I was just gonna say, she just finished putting the hat on the straw man. It's officially complete. The people who are complaining about this are ignorant, they don't understand, and oh fuck, they're conservative. Those ignorant right-leaning Nazis strike again.
It's all bad faith. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's what I say to that. That's what I say to that. I say, fuck you.
I mean, yeah, it's all in bad faith, you filthy lower than dirt conservative. But yeah, no, like...
Yeah.
How the fuck do I put this?
Use your words.
Okay,
man.
even if it was, I am trying to use my words, but brain damage.
English is hard. We understand.
Brain damage gets in the way of that. But see, now you interrupted me. Now I can't remember what I was saying. Moon.
No. Well, you were
You're
talking.
welcome.
You were talking about she put the hat on the straw man.
Yeah, hat on the straw man. But so okay, arguments are made in bad faith. All right. That's it. All right. Okay. Maybe it is made in bad faith. Does that change the substance of the argument?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a fucking Uno reverse card and say that her arguing that all of the people, that includes me, right? Because I am an anti-censorship person, right? That is my bread and butter fucking shit on Twitter, is arguing this shit, right? Her saying that all of us are arguing in bad faith. Every time we bring up a problem, whether it be legitimate or not, it's always bad faith and assumed to be bad faith when it comes up. I would argue that is bad faith in and of itself to do that. I would argue that is just as egregious. And I remember when this came up in this video when I was watching it, I was fucking fuming. I tweeted about it. I was like, no, this is fucking atrocious, right? Because you've pissed so much into the fucking pool that the pool might as well be urine at this point, right? You've filled the pool. Like, any good faith you would have had to actually have start a conversation about this, right? To actually try and convince people like me that maybe you have a point, maybe we're overreacting, maybe there's, like, other things going on. No, you just shat all of that out the fucking window by doing this. Just, it's gone.
Ah, man, it's just in bad faith. You're just overreacting, man.
Oh, yeah, no, it's, yeah, totally. I was I would honestly say I was offended. I was offended by this part of the video.
I mean, you're only offended because she's right. Why don't you go oppress a minority, you fucking conservative?
Oh, yeah, I have to be a fucking gamer and go out and oppress. I have to go beat women and oppress minorities because I'm a pro gamer.
And call her the gamer word.
Yeah. Oh,
no logic, Duck.
Oh no. God, fucking damn it. Yeah. So let's keep going. But oh man, I'm already mad. But let's keep going.
Evidenced by the fact that they're almost always made anytime woke language makes its way into a translation. Example A. Apparently, the word misogyny is too political for anime.
So
I'm gonna fucking.
So she's not even gonna bring up how that actually differed from the. I
mean, it's on the screen right fucking now. Look, in the original Japanese script, right? She says, "I won't marry someone who's not good at cooking." Response: What? That's so old-fashioned. In the Sentai Filmworks dub, the person says, "I won't marry someone who's no good at cooking." That's misogynistic.
Okay, and I'm going to bite and say that, okay, this never comes up when there's right-wing accusations of something. First of all, that's not true. Again, people were accusing the Evangelion translator of being, and I quote, a Nazi pedo. So...
A homophobic Nazi pedo. You've missed one.
So, First of all, she's actually fucking wrong. Fuck you. Secondly... You want to know the reason people made a big deal with this? Because Sentai never had a moment like this. I don't think Sentai was intentionally trying to be political in this instance. I actually think that, I actually don't think that there was... I think they just made an honest mistake and didn't read the room, right?
I agree.
Like...
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they only got this response because of previous actions by other people in the localization industry.
Let's be fair here. Let's be real. Let's be real here. A large majority of the people... Oh, sorry, I want to let you finish, but
I do actually need to finish this point. When your consumer base is assuming immediately that any instance like this is... Because, quite frankly, your customer's always right. That is the fact of the matter. When your consumers or your potential consumer audience is assuming that lines like this are being made to push something, you have a fundamental problem. You have a disconnect. You have a problem. Your customers don't have a problem. You have a problem and you need to address it. She's simping for a fucking company attached to Sony. How fucking lame do you have to be?
And I fucking want to make the point that let's be 100% fucking honest. A large majority of the people working in this industry have a left-wing bias. Yeah. You cannot fucking tell me that that is wrong, right? It is... You look at every single voice actor's Twitter, and you see them fucking raging about Trump 24/7 on Twitter. Like, I know Steve Bloom does that a lot. You've got fucking Sabat and fucking Royale. Holy shit. And fucking... all of them are fucking clearly left-wing bias.
And if you don't do that, you get Vic.
Yeah, you had all that shit with Vic, and they apparently had, a fucking, blood out for him being, Christian and, slightly more conservative.
Yeah, you wanna fucking like you.
I say
cannot
slightly
fucking tell
because
me.
he was still yelling at people protesting at an anime convention to leave the kids the fuck alone and let them do their
Oh
dumb,
no, but
horny
that was
bullshit.
all an act. That was all a fucking act,
Oh, yeah.
Lolly. It was all, it's not fucking So you cannot
I do
fucking
want to
tell
bring
me
up the
that
example where
there is not a
outrage was
significant
unjustified, where in the previous, in the dark visual novel type thing, there was indeed the usage of woke language as fragile masculinity.
That's coming up. I wouldn't bring that up then because it's coming up.
Alright,
Yeah.
I thought that was the moment.
No, it's coming
don't-
up. She
I don't
brings
remember that.
she brings it up as an actual example. It was just shown there for temporary.
Never mind me.
If it doesn't come out, I'll let you go off about it. But I want to talk specifically about the delivery one because this is one that I hate this fucking shot right here. To say nothing of the dubbing process, it fits perfectly fine in the scene's context. Fuck off. No, it fucking doesn't. What was wrong with her saying that's so old-fashioned? It's not janky. It fits. It's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, with saying that it's old-fashioned.
You know what would have been...
Yeah, no one is going to read that and not understand the context or the meaning.
You could have also have said, what are you, 60? Or are you an old man or what? You know, that could have been alternatives to that.
Yeah. It's fucking wild to me, and it, like, oh no, it's just fine to just say it's like calling somebody old-fashioned for not wanting someone who can't cook as a relationship partner is misogynistic. What if the genders were reversed? What if it was a chick saying that they don't want to date anyone that's a male that can't cook, right? And can't cook meals for her.
I believe
is
your
that
anger,
misogynistic?
I believe your anger has been thoroughly expressed by now.
My anger is in bad faith. I know. Fuck. Oh man.
Good.
Yeah. So this example, to cap off and move on. This example's fucking bullshit. All right. Fucking unbelievably biased. Fuck you. Next
and
example.
This is what people mean when they say they want a direct translation. They want it to be authentic. That's not machine-generated gibberish.
Yeah, they want what that's old-fashioned. That's so old-fashioned. That's what people want.
Stop holding companies accountable for the quality of their product, please. My friends in the industry assure me there's nothing wrong with the industry. All is good. Consume.
All right. Next example, because we're going to be stopping at each example. I can tell you that right now.
Okay, pause real quick.
Yeah.
Because technical issues, I'm not coming with you.
No.
Oh.
Where are you at?
What's?
It didn't play.
Oh, it didn't play, did it? Okay, hang on. I'll just take it back a little bit, and then we can.
All right.
Hang on. I'll try and jump to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that'll do. All right. So you're all good?
I'm
You
back.
ready to go?
I'm back.
Okay.
Apparently, the word
Technical
misogyny
difficulties.
is too political
Yeah,
for
yeah.
anime.
It wouldn't be a
Example
pause
B,
on point.
Why the Somnium Files got a ton of backlash because a lot of people thought that this compliment toward the LGBTQIA+.
Okay. First thing I want to note. I want to go back a little bit. Does she show...
The Somnium...
No, she doesn't. Was this an official video from the developers? Yes or no?
I don't believe so.
No,
it has a little bit too low of a view count,
Right.
and it's too much
So-
of an isolated scene.
I find this to be very disingenuous, right? Because what she's doing is she's saying, oh, look at this random video somebody uploaded of this game saying trans... Like, the title is fucking politicized already, right? AI, the Solomon Files says gay rights.
The first thing I will say is that this is probably the first example she actually put out there of something that was legitimately a misunderstanding on the part of people, but they don't understand where that she's misrepresenting where that misunderstanding comes from.
Yeah, because this is the case where yes, in the original game, this is what they were saying. This is true. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this. This is the original vision of the creator, and therefore I have no problem with this at all.
The only problem I have with the explanation is with the explanation, which we haven't gotten to yet. When they show the real, authentic Japanese version, it's the exact same subtitles, just the voice was changed to Japanese. So it doesn't actually explain how that was the original.
Yeah, and I don't like this idea, because who gives a fuck if some random video, probably uploaded by some Twitter leftist, that's about how the game says trans rights, gets trolled and gets 200-something dislikes to 153 likes? Who actually gives a flying fuck about that, right? Who
plus it was
really...
someone that was obviously just looking for it anyway. You can tell with that video title.
Yeah, so if this was like the Call of Duty, what was it, Advanced Warfare trailer, where it got like massively disliked, right? That's different, because that's like the official...
Yeah.
Oh, Infinity War? Yeah, alright. That is different, because that's the official company putting out a video and the customers saying, no, we don't like this, right? This is different. This is just some random person's video showcasing a clip from the game and people are disliking it. That's not indicative of the entire consumer base of the game disliking this particular scene. Because I remember when this came up,
you know what's
Twitter,
a response to this? You can go up to whatever storefront it's on and look at the rating on there, and you'll see, oh, okay, now it's a positive rating.
yeah.
And
like
I think we kind of talked enough about this example. The one great crime I do see in this is that she didn't refresh one time for the 6,666 views.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But to cap off, right? But I don't have a problem with this example, because I can believe that there were some bigots or whatever the fuck who were mad about, the LGBTs are getting brought up in my video.
Doesn't invalidate the other examples. And you know what? I'm going to actually put this out there. The reason people had this response again is because of previous incidents that set. She's leaving out the context of this. Why are people having this response?
Yeah.
Also, I went ahead and posted the reviews it got.
Yeah, on Steam. It's just for context in the video. On Steam, recent reviews, 53, very positive. All reviews, 2,636, very positive. Released in September the 17th, 2019.
Far outweighs the thumbs down on this YouTube video.
Exactly.
There's this one really good negative review though. It's a Memento Bollywood movie. Nice.
But this is what I mean, right? To move on, like this is a disingenuous point, because I don't think that if there was any outrage about this LGBT thing, and I recall maybe seeing like one or two tweets from maybe fucking one angry boomer or some shit about it, right? I don't think there would have been as much as what Red is trying to make out. I think it would
literally everybody agreed that One Angry Gamer was like kind of a living parody.
Yeah. He was pretty fucking mental. So anyway, that's
he still is.
Got a ton of backlash.
Well, actually, I want to keep going, Ellie, but did you hear? Billy's gone.
Is he?
Yes, he sold the site to someone else, and now it's going to get remade as a different type of website.
It's like a generic game blog that has no worth, so it's no longer funny.
But I love the traitors to America with Japanese
I know!
companies.
I know!
Like how everybody made it the game to get on that list.
Oh man! But anyway, let's keep going and not get distracted.
Because a lot of people thought that this compliment toward the LGBTQIA+ community
no,
must
it was the
have been shoehorned into the...
Just call it queer.
Look, I can find some random fuckwits on fucking Steam forums, and look, there's a random comment in the comment section that completely fucking validates my point that shitloads of people were mad about this.
Not to mention, I kind of do agree with this comment. Is it fluent in the game, or is it just a one-off?
Yeah,
I don't
like
think
it's
I'd play a game
like
if
this
it was
isn't
this the entire time.
Yeah, like this is like not even like this is just someone asking, does this have a hidden agenda? That's my question. I just found out about the game on Senkaku, so reading Senkaku
Friend,
comics.
all anime has a hidden agenda to make you wear the programming socks.
Yeah.
Hey, put those socks on. They're comfortable.
Looks interesting, but the article also... Yeah, so like they read an article, right? They're questioning the article. They're going to the Steam page to ask if it's true or not, and then they probably would have gotten told to fuck reading
The first problem is reading Sankaku.
Yeah, well, taking Senkaku's news article seriously is your first problem. This is what I mean, right? Is this is disingenuous because it is trying to paint this pit to straw man. It's literally a fucking straw man, right? But anyway, let's keep going. Oh, it paused on its own. Hang on. Oh, it doesn't want to.
Game by its localization team. Plot twist: this was also in the Japanese version.
LGBT の人って感性が豊かでセンスがあって芸術的な才能のある人がたくさんいるでしょ。それに人よりも苦労してるせいか共感能力が高くて
Yeah, just have the
優
game
し
with
い
the
人が多
English
い。
voices changed to Japanese, but all the text the exact same.
Well,
And-
Ellie, you're our resident fucking turbo translator. What do you think about this so far?
Pretty accurate. I'm not such a master translator that I get every difficult word like sympathy or
But
whatever.
I thought you were a professional TM.
No, I'm super professional. That's the difference.
He tries.
Yeah.
He tries his best, guys.
So just based on what you've just heard, you would describe it as
Accurate.
basically accurate. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's whatever.
Yeah.
自分の生き方を自分
That's
で決め
fine.
てる
I
から
just don't like how the
強い
example is
芯みたいな
very bad at showing that.
Yeah, I would have shown both Japanese text and English text because then people can look up the Japanese text on their own.
With Google Translate.
Well, yeah, or they could ask somebody like
I
you
wonder how
or
Google
somebody
would
who is
translate.
Japanese.
I wonder how Google would have translated, the LGBT community.
Oh, she literally.
She
spells
literally
out
did
the
say-
letters.
Yeah, she spells out the letters
The
because
fish
it's,
on fish culture has strong spinal columns.
All right, let's keep going.
なものも持ってるように感じるし、その意味ではむしろリスペクトしてるっていうか、なんかちょっとかっこいいなって。
Yeah, generally, all of these bad faith criticisms absolutely
All of them bad
crumble.
faith.
All of them are in bad faith. Every single one of them. I showed 3 examples, one of which was fucking bullshit, right? The second one was fucking bullshit. And I'm pretty sure that the one example of the Tsundere one is going to come up in a minute, I think. If it doesn't, I will let Ellie do his thing about it. But this one here, the Beaufry one, was, another one where it was like they made the, from what people were saying, they made it less lewd. I don't think, Ellie, didn't you do a bit of work helping with this one or saying? No, you had the problem that the text on the chat logs wasn't accurate translated.
Yeah.
Okay,
was,
I just
that
outdid
was more
everyone
of a,
here in terms of technical problems.
Yeah. No,
It
so
was more
Ellie,
of a massive typesetting thing that is just complete laziness on the part of
yeah. Funimation in this case.
So why isn't Red Bard bringing up any of these actual criticisms? Because I've seen people express this in the wild before.
because
the
that
typesetting,
doesn't.
typesetting is completely horrid in any professional subs.
Because that doesn't aid in creating the straw man, Lolly. we
no,
can only
I was
talk
more
about.
complaining about the general corporate interests over the passion for the product for the show. Because any decent fan sub would go through the effort of having those text replaced or
Remember,
properly
okay,
typeset.
off topic, and I know we're going on a lot of tangents, this is going to be a long-ass episode, whatever, but we've accepted that. Remember when Kami their typesetting of the second opening or the first opening for Sword Art Online 2?
No.
You don't remember that because it's magical, because at some point in the opening, the musical text starts, appearing on the swords as they're twirling.
Oh, yeah.
I should find
But
it,
in
it's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Oh no, there are plenty of. There's the funny part where the subtitles is spaced all the way on the right, all the way on the left.
No,
Because they're
but
pressed
it's
in
not
the
just
middle.
that scene though. It is every scene there is something like that. There's a shot being fired from a sniper rifle and it cuts to translation.
Sounds great.
And
But in it,
just one more last example, I remember in the opening song for Robotic Note, there's the part where the line is fabulous, and of course, from that point on, the text is in multicolored rainbows.
I'm trying to think of other examples. And,
okay, let's keep going while you think about
this
it.
This is fun.
Context, or even just a proper understanding of things like translation and the dubbing process, which, as I mentioned earlier, requires mouth flaps to be matched. In fact, if you want to learn more about this issue as it relates to dub,
I think the mouth flap thing is a fucking excuse.
It is. It really is.
I get it's a problem. I get they have to. I get it. But I think that the fact that they keep bringing it up, I think it's an excuse. I don't think you should use that as like, oh no, well it's justified that they have to change the line because the fucking mouth flaps or whatever. It's
less
like,
of an excuse with video game dialogue as well.
Yeah, you can work around the mouth flaps. Like, don't fucking bullshit me.
Well,
right?
there is. I remember from my childhood, there were scenes where either the mouths were completely shut and the characters talked, or the reverse. People moved their mouths and no lines came out. And I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 just before the episode, and the syncing, the line syncing between the English voices and the Japanese mouths is completely horrible and doesn't match at all.
Right. So
in the cutscenes.
So I think the mouth flaps is a fucking excuse.
I mean, honestly, I just have to look at Team 4-Star. They don't even get paid for it. They will completely make new mouth flaps just to fit what they want to say.
Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
Anime specifically, I would highly recommend the Cartoon Ciphers, our English dub censoring anime video, which, you guessed it, I'll leave on the end card and in the description. In any case, yeah, the house in Fata Morgana, Beaufry, to love.
Yeah, so now we're just gonna go through fucking rapid fire fucking shit. Yeah, Beaufry, what have we got?
These are only
Talaveru, yep, okay, so just... Was it that Love Whatever one was the one that we wanted to talk about? I can't remember.
No, it was Beaufry, wasn't it? Because we already talked about Talaveru.
No, the one Ellie wanted to talk about, the Cinderella.
Well, I know, this is an example that I know of the reverse, a controversy that was wrong. Anyway, if it's not mentioned in anime,
we'll see what happens. I recall it comes up, so let's keep going.
A few of the many instances of bad faith.
Yeah, here we go. This was a tweet from that person in relation to that very, very
What the fuck is up with that name?
Well, you see, that's how you know that they're degenerate, and you should not listen to anything they have to say.
That's a cry for help.
It is nature's warning signal.
So this was the translator trying to justify why they put fragile male ego, I believe, in that particular line in that game.
Does it going to show the entire thing, or?
Well, let's just see what happens. So there's that tweet there.
Accusations.
Okay, that's Steiner talking about fucking Beaufry.
That crumble when you learn about things like context and the translation and dubbing process. So at this point you may be wondering, okay, so if bad faith criticism makes up the overwhelming majority of censors...
Alright,
alright, if she's not gonna bring it up, you go.
Alright, so the thing is that Tsundere was translated into fragile masculinity. One-on-one, it sounds like a very old translation and politically motivated censorship or whatever. I've read the explanation. I've seen the I've seen the Japanese lines. I think it's a good translation or a fitting one.
Right. Yeah.
I disagree, and I disagreed at the time.
I would want to. I would actually want to, because I still haven't played a House of Fata Morgana. I tend to at some point because it actually kind of looks up my alley, but I would actually want to understand your reasoning behind, because there's probably a context thing we're missing with this. You know, how it's being said, right?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the context is that the chick is a bitch, and she's trying to damage the man because the man has ego problems, right? So she is directly attacking his ego by calling out his fragile male ego or whatever, and it's, I believe, because Tsundere was used in the Japanese, I believe, because he was acting kind of as you would a tsundere would act, right? The whole like, oh, I don't love you, fuck you, but I really love you. I'm gonna be mean to you, but it's because I love you. That kind of shit, right?
Slightly different. He was acting tough even though he was hurt.
Right.
And that's tsundere was more used more in the way of hiding his true feelings behind a tough exterior.
Which makes sense, yeah. In that context, yeah, that makes sense.
In that case, yeah, an ego remark would actually make sense.
See, my issue with it is that I think that you have to be very careful with that kind of thing. I'm not surprised that it blew up, because I believe that what actually made it blow up was someone on Twitter had pointed it out and was talking about how, oh wow, this is an amazing line. And then the translator showed up on Twitter replying to that, basically bragging about it. That's what sparked the incident to actually happen.
Yeah,
right?
Because she was bragging in a way that was kind of suggestive and...
of that it was actually
and I completely forgot about that, because that's how far down the rabbit hole, and notice that that's not ever brought up in this.
See, the thing is these things, like, because I'm on Twitter, I have a lot of experience with this, right? Shit moves at 100 miles a minute, right? So as soon as something like sparks up, like, it'll fucking, the wildfire will just go, and then everyone will forget what actually sparked it. But I very vividly remember at the time, I was seeing people tweet the initial tweets of the person bragging about it and saying, oh, look at this fucking translator bragging about making this line, but you're translating tsundere to misogynist or whatever. And at the time, before we had any context or any info or any of that, I was on board with this idea of, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. Tsundere doesn't mean fucking fragile male ego. What the fuck is this translation, right? Then you get the context of it, as Ali said, and it becomes a little bit more clear, right? And I think that part of the whole problem is when you're on an online space like Twitter, because of the fact that things move so quickly and because context is often left in the wind, you have these situations that do happen where people will jump the gun. And I'm guilty of it. I've had it happen a number of times where I've jumped the gun and I've had to go back and say, oh no, I was wrong about this, or oh, I didn't quite understand the context of this because it wasn't that. Because you can only go off the information that is presented to you at the time, right? And until new information shows up to contradict the old information, it can be very hard, right? So yeah. I can agree that perhaps using fragile male ego is a correct line for that context. I can concede that. But I don't know what they were expecting. Because when you use politically charged language like that, and fragile male ego at this current juncture in Miss Society is a very politically charged term, often used by left-winging, feministy types to kind of talk about issues.
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's been co-opted, right? So I fully get why people jumped off the wagon on that one and went completely nuts, and I'm not going to blame them for that, right? Especially when you consider the context of the bragging, right? Which is kind of sad, because I do think that you should be allowed to take pride in your work. But when you are in the context of Twitter, the fucking wasteland battlefield that is Twitter, you have to always think about this shit.
The tweet even was kind of like was in some way jokingly framing it as, haha, I changed this and they didn't notice.
Yes, I believe that was. I would have to go back and look, but like it was something
which still could be a joke, because I remember
but
my own triumphant translation with a stroke of brilliance. Nobody would have been able to figure out this perfect translation, and yeah, I have no Twitter to share it on. So
the problem is
my personal pride.
When you're on Twitter, like, obviously jokes and sarcasm and context like that gets lost in text anyway, right? That's just the nature of it.
I don't think that's just a joke. I remember that tweet. It felt like she was trying to get a rise out of a certain group.
And that's a problem. That is a massive fucking
problem.
This
is another problem that's just not brought up. People also just don't... Like, raw people don't fucking like the behavior of these people. They're pretentious. They talk down to you. They constantly insult their consumer base. and more or less call them all sorts of nasty shit. You have Manga Gamer basically calling their customers pedophiles. Fucking the translator for Muv-Luv was kind of insisting the same, even though she translated something that has several token lolly characters in it. You know, you
It's
have
like Mikan or whatever.
Huh?
The dog girl game, maybe. I don't know. It sounds like this is something that should be translated by those people or that group.
No, well, I say translated, and I could get into the discussion about the Muv-Luv translation.
That can be a whole fucking other cast.
Yeah, but like that's another major problem. Like, there's a reason people are jumping the gun. There's a reason that the situation is so tense. And
I'm back. What I miss?
Not much. You're missing
me just kind of going off on the translation community. There's a reason that there's so much contention with these people, especially now that the people who make up these companies that you dislike and who dislike their customers, and on some level kind of dislike their customers' taste, are now in positions where they're on production committees and deciding what the West or what the world gets to see, because they're deciding what gets funding.
And this is the problem. You combine all of that with the fact of Twitter being a text-based platform and the context, and
with Twitter being legitimately harmful to any type of conversation.
Yeah, so I think the one example before we kind of move on and keep listening, that I think is indicative of this comes from Steiner, who came up in this fucking thing as a tweet, right? He put out a tweet where he was joking about changing a certain thing's context from one thing to another. I can't quite remember exactly what it was. It was something about tomatoes or something. I don't quite remember, because this was a while ago. The actual fucking Japanese Twitter account of the company that he was working for to translate the game that he was joking about responded to his tweet like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Wait, hang on a minute. What are you fucking doing? You're not allowed to do this.
Somewhere?
I think it probably is. I talked about it in the off-topic once, I think, or I brought it up at some point. And he had to like respond to the tweet, like, no, I'm just joking, no. And then the company was like, okay. And he made another follow-up tweet. He was like, I don't think I've ever had a fucking heart attack moment that bad in my life. And this is the problem with you fucking, like, I'm gonna talk to, look,
how much
guys,
of a fucking egotist do you have to be? Okay, imagine you're a fucking, like, you do draft designs for like a bridge or something, and then you go to brag on fucking Facebook, ha ha ha, I left a few screws out, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You'd be fucking fired.
I'm gonna speak
don't
directly.
Say anything to the customers that you'd shit yourself if you're the
Don't say anything in earshot of your boss like that. Like, fuck, how much of a sheltered piece of shit do you have to be to think that you can, or to think that, you know, you're immune to consequences when you brag about doing a shitty job at, you know, the thing you're paid for. You know, of course there's going to be consequences to that shit. No other industry glorifies doing a shit job as much as Japanese to English translation. I can't think of one.
So let me speak directly to these people right now, okay? Guys, you translators, you localizers, you guys out there, right? I'm going to speak directly to you. You want to know why we fucking hate you, right? You want to know why you have to deal with all these people on Twitter screaming at you and calling you names and treating you like fucking garbage. Shit like that. And shit like the chick bragging about the fucking fact, the tweet, right? And the translation of Cinderella to male ego. Shit like that is why we fucking hate you and don't fucking trust anything you say, right? Because when you're on Twitter and you're going off about shit like that, and you're like Monica Riol, who is actually actively bragging about the fact, joke or not a joke, was actively posting tweets bragging about how she changes lines and how every single change to an SJW thing is my fault. I'm the one that does it. Ha ha ha. Da 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 da. Shit like, and then recently has been making tweets about, it's so hard for me. I get all this abuse. I get all this fucking, my career is in ruins because of all the shit that's happened. Because everyone hates me. Oh no, like that shit like that is why. Stop it. Get some help. All right. Stop it right fucking now. Like, it's fucking wild to me that these people
can tell
don't
who
understand.
wanted to cover this video.
Oh yeah, no, I got lost.
I wanted to cover it too. Like, this was
spend your entire time shitting on the consumer base and then be like, man, this is so hard. I don't know why the consumer base has to make.
Why do I get paid like shit? People just don't buy my product, and like as a result, I get paid less. Damn, this must be capitalism's fault.
All right. Let's try and continue. Hopefully, I'm lying. We're gonna pause immediately, but let's keep going.
If an agenda-pushing claims, then, well, what about the ones that aren't? What about things like the Gamergate line, the Patriarchy line, or even Netflix Evangelion? Well, while different translators obviously have differing opinions on some of the more specifics of these examples, for the most part, the translation industry...
It's like she flashed something on.
Yeah, I want to read that.
I hate that shit.
She has a big tendency of doing it.
Evangelion.
A lot of big YouTubers have a tendency
while
to do
different
that.
translators obviously have differing opinions.
There are a lot of different thoughts and opinions on the Patriarchy line specifically. Some thought it was fine, others weren't big fans. Many thought the line was changed in Dragon Maid's DVD/Blu-ray release. It wasn't.
Okay, so don't buy that, guys.
Yeah, don't buy it from Funimation. You know?
Wait, this is just general opinion, not the translator's opinion, right? I'm a little bit unclear on that.
So it's she's basically trying to say that translators disagree on whether or not the line is fine or not.
Is this her opinion on the general consumers?
This is her saying that because she's talking about what translators think, what her script is saying when she's talking. This is a disclaimer to say that translators have different opinions about the line specifically because she's not talking.
I would like a clarification that this is from a translator on the
No. This is okay, Ellie. This is her.
Well, no. I think he gets that. I think he gets that.
Oh.
I think he hates the structure of this because.
Yeah, I agree. It's not very clear.
This would be something you would want to say out loud when you're trying to, talk about. There's a lot.
Yeah, why is this not in the why is this not in the script? Why is this like a 2-second fucking flash up?
Because it was an afterthought, and she put it in and not re-record.
Of course, it was an afterthought because it didn't have anything to do with shitting on lower than dirt conservatives who are probably going to vote for Trump in the next few days.
All right, let's keep going.
Some of the more specifics of these examples, for the most part, the translation industry aren't big fans of these examples either. In fact, as though to prove that, 2 of the 3 examples that I just mentioned saw later revisions. Prison School, of course, I already touched on earlier, and Netflix Evangelion, or at least sort of. The "You're worthy of my grace" line was quietly changed to affection in the subtitles a couple of months ago. The dub still says grace, but it's nonetheless hard to imagine that this change was made for any other reason than the backlash that this line, more than the rest of the series, received. I'll direct you toward getting the Robots Queer Erasure in Eva video if you want to learn more about that. Again, in the end card and in the description. But
yes,
anyways,
I'm sure
back
she
to my
actually I'm sure that fucking dangered-haired dyke over there actually has a significantly more representative opinion than somebody who, 1, is dual language, and 2, has been translating in the industry for 22 years.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if we're gonna bring out the appeals to authority...
Yeah. Agreed.
I'd just like to bring up that the only time it's not in bad faith is when it's queer erasure. Why is that?
Good point. All the other ones are in bad faith. Not that one, though. That one's legitimate. That one's fucking hell. let's keep going.
Point. Almost every translator, editor, and ADR director that I spoke to was quick to point out that even if they wanted to use their work to promote an agenda, between the eyes of their editors, actors, directors, and the fans, it'd be extremely hard for them to get away with it, and that's to say...
Too bad only one of those groups gives a shit.
Too bad they still do apparently get away with it, considering the one in Dragon Maid wasn't changed.
Look, she doesn't understand that look, where are you getting this information from? You're getting this information. It's like asking the fucking bank robber, "Hey, did you rob that bank?" No.
Well, even if I,
you know,
well, even if I wanted, well, even if I wanted to get away with taking pictures of the kids I molested, between the church, the rights groups, and the protesters and the investigators, it's just so hard nowadays.
You know, like, fucking goddamn it! It's so one-sided and biased. I hate this.
It's
shit.
like asking the factory owner if you're being exploited for your labor.
Yeah, to use a commie example, yeah. It's fucking...
Ellie,
like,
you fucking fake communist, you don't ask. You walk up to the office of the fucking bourgeois piece of shit, and you shove a pickaxe or whatever tool you're using straight through his fucking throat. Viva la revolution.
You fucking murder that landlord, boy. So, no, I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit that they're like, oh no, even if we wanted to, we couldn't get away with it anyway.
It's time to seize the means of translation.
We would have to go through all the editors and the fans and the blah blah blah, and it's like that doesn't look. It fucking happens. It literally fucking happens.
Why do people judge me if I do a bad job?
She literally showed 2 examples where it fucking happened. Prison School and Dragon Maid. Like, it literally does happen. And that's why every time people suspect that it's happened, they question it and start fucking screaming about it. Because everyone is, like, on edge. Because we don't fucking know if it's happening or not. You know, not everyone understands Japanese like Ellie and can easily fucking go, oh yeah, no, yeah, that's accurate or not, you know, that's fine. No, we're kind of like shooting in the fucking dark here, and we have to just be like, dude, bro, just fucking trust me, it's fine, you know, it's fucking, yeah. I'm so mad. Oh, I'm mad. Okay, let's get deep breaths. Continue.
Nothing of the tremendous risk they'd be putting their career at. And all for what?
Did the people that made the fucking prison school line get fired?
No.
Did they get fired? No.
They got reprimanded. They didn't get fired.
Did the person that make the Dragon Maid line get fired?
Nope.
Well, then what's the fucking risk to your career then? If you get away with it. Oh, they got reprimanded, lolly. Oh, yeah.
You know why they can get away with this, right? Because the English localization scene for anime is notoriously closed-doored. It's notoriously cliquey. Everyone likes each other.
It's a fucking... Yeah,
it's just nepotism.
They can push out the newcomers they don't like, and they can keep these fucking 50-year-old hags to be voicing characters that are well into high school.
Yeah, and it's fucking like it's so fucking disingenuous, man. It's fucking gross.
You don't go in the anime industry if you want to go anywhere. You go there because you have no talent or work to get anywhere else. Localization, at least.
I hate this fucking bullshit where it's like, oh no, it would be a risk to their career. No, it fucking wouldn't, because obviously it's not a risk to your career if you don't get fired for it.
It's not a risk to your career if everyone you're working with shares the same state of mind.
Yeah. You know what? You want to know what's a risk to your fucking career? Being a conservative. Being a Christian. Yeah. Because clearly, as we've seen, as we've already seen with the Vic case, that's the only... Like, I don't want to go too deep into the Vic case, right? Because it's fucking complicated, but what was Vic's main sins outside of the bullshit that was made up? He's mean to con organizers sometimes, he's a bit of a diva, and he's a Christian. That's it. Those were the horrible, horrific sins of Vic Mignogna that led to all of these people hating his guts.
Narrative. I haven't followed anything of Vic at all. I honestly haven't.
Yeah, that's why he's not going to get too far into it.
That's why I'm not getting into it. That's why I'm just making the point that you want to talk about shit that's going to risk your career?
So...
have a political leaning that doesn't align with the fucking hive mind. There you go. That's how you risk your fucking career in these places. And if you read the Yelp reviews and the reviews from people that have either been fired from Funimation or have left Funimation unceremoniously, you will see this through line of people saying it's a fucking hive mind, it's a fucking close-knit nepotism infested fucking group of these cliquey fucking crazy people, right? And it's horrible. So
yeah, and those Glassdoor reviews go all the way, because I remember that people brought that up recently. Those Glassdoor reviews are old. Those are, going back to, 2010s, late 2000s. So, again, Funimation got this backlash because they deserve their reputation. They cultivated the atmosphere that you dislike right now. You know, the reason people jumped on Sentai was because they never did something like that before.
Yeah. And it's because Funimation has cultivated this environment, that environment has now extended.
People don't want Sentai to be like Funimation.
Yeah, exactly. it's extended across the entire community, and that's why I keep trying to nail home the point that the problem that these translators have that they have to fix is that the consumer base doesn't fucking trust them anymore.
Remember the time that the ADR... just going off of dubbing and localization and just how fucking hard Funimation works. Remember that time with the Sorano, the Sorano Toshimoto dub, where there was a behind-the-scenes look at, the dubbing process, the ADR process, and people correctly pointed out that during the ADR process, they were using a fan-subbed rip to dub the audio, to time and dub the audio. Just in terms of professional quality, they actually resorted to piracy. That's how fucking incompetent they were.
Crunchyroll post screenshots from Kiss Anime Stream.
Yeah.
Shows who has the better service.
Yeah, they're showing which. So it's I don't know, if any other company did this, we'd laugh at them just as hard, and we'd consider them incompetent, and we'd expect them to, at least make amends.
To fix the fucking problem, yeah.
With Funimation, there's so many...
Nintendo and their virtual ROMs.
Nintendo has the same problem right now that Funimation has. There's so many simps that nobody's actually calling them out when they have shitty behavior. Their 3D All-Stars release was fucking horrendous. There's a reason it was a timed exclusive.
More aiming at there was evidence that the games on the virtual console are ROMs taken from piracy sites or something.
No, I don't doubt it.
Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
What? To wording slightly in a single scene? To quote Nathaniel Hiroshi Thrasher, to realistically promote an agenda, you need the story to support it on a thematic level. Otherwise, it's just a bumper sticker, and literally nobody has ever had their mind changed by a bumper sticker.
Bumper stickers are fucking annoying. If you put that on the back of your car, you need to fucking kill yourself. There you go.
Yeah, alright. And I would argue that Dragon Maid is a bumper sticker.
And honestly, bumper stickers aren't even there to change anyone's mind.
They're to reinforce the ego of the person driving the car.
Yeah, they're to try and reinforce this as the status quo. It's to say, hey, if you agree with me, I agree with you too. We agree together. This is what people need to agree with.
It's
and the
virtue
people
signaling.
that already agree with it, the people that already agree with it feel validated. The people that don't agree with it feel annoyed.
For Karens and boomers.
Alright, let's keep going.
Whether it's coming from a business or a fan-subbing group, a translation
fuck is
is
wrong with
an
that thumb?
interpretation of the original language.
It has
And
a
by
cut.
virtue of being an interpretation, even the
She
best
injected the weed
translations
through
can
there.
never give you a 100% authentic experience the same way already knowing the original language can. And I know that sounds scary, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means
Not
that when
scary,
something is
it sounds
translated,
like
there's
hand-waving.
always
Yeah, it's again here. This whole video is just fucking cocksucking.
You scared poor ignorant children conservatives who are fucking in bad faith arguing against something you don't understand. I am so superior to you because I probably give hand jobs to like multiple people within the industry because I'm the only girl in the room. I don't like this person, so I have no problem insulting them at this point.
Yeah, that's what this comes off as. It comes off as, oh, I talked with all of these industry insiders. I didn't talk to a single person who could be a reason. Why didn't she talk to Jekko? Why didn't she talk to, I don't know, who else would, maybe Kung Fu Man or whatever on Twitter?
Not to throw too much shade on Jekko, but Jekko and reasonable are two things I put in the same sentence.
Well, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, why are you only talking to one side of this?
The industry has investigated the industry, and the industry has found that the industry is free of corruption.
That's the whole problem, is you can't have this. If you're trying to frame this as an educational piece and an actual honest discussion about this issue, you can't fucking do this shit where it's just one-sided. You have to actually talk with people, like, maybe not necessarily me or Lolly or whatever, but you have to talk with some people. Hey, you could have just gone on Twitter and just put out a call and say, hey, I'm looking for people to talk to in DMs or something. Give me your, like, opinions and stories or whatever about how you feel.
And you have to be willing to play devil's advocate. You have to be willing to be hard towards both sides.
Yeah, you have to be willing to take what people are, like not just assume everyone is in bad faith, and actually look at what they're saying. And I reckon if you actually put the call out on Twitter and it got picked up by the right people, then you would get responses in your DMs that would be very reasonable and very, hey, look, I'm actually concerned about this legitimately. I've seen all of these examples and I'm very worried about them. Can you, like, actually talk about this in a respectful manner and not just insult us because we actually care about something, right? So, yeah, let's continue.
Going to be room for interpretation, which is always
Why
going to
didn't she
put
ever
a
ask
bit
any
of a disconnect
translators
between the
outside the
versions in the
industry?
original language
Actually,
and the
pause.
translated language.
Actually, pause real quick. So she talks about the Evangelion translator, right? And she brought him up in this. So that guy tweets in English on Twitter. Why didn't she ask him? He knows people in the anime industry. He redid things at the behest of fucking one of the most prolific directors in the anime industry. Why didn't she ask him? He's very open to that type of stuff.
And if
he would
she's
be
got-
given
and
a
if
chance
she's
to
got-
defend himself.
And if she's got all of these fucking insider connections and is talking with all of these quote-unquote insiders or whatever, it shouldn't be that hard for her to line
On
up
top
a
of
fucking
that,
interview.
On top of that, he and again, I kind of low key am gay for this guy because, like, real talk, he's done a lot of good work within the industry. He has fought actual government censorship for years. He's in contact with Ken Akamatsu, who also did a lot of political lobbying to push back against censorship in anime for years, and has talked openly about international corporate interests and how that might affect things. Why didn't she ask any of them? Why is it all these people who have a vested interest in making it seem like there's no problem?
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. It's she only talked to people that agree with her, or she only talked to this one particular clique or cliques within the industry that all probably agree with each other, rather than actually going out and saying, hey, maybe I should talk with people who might be reasonable on the other side, rather than just assume them all to be bad actors, probably because the fucking people she was talking to were saying that they were bad actors, right? Like, That's all I can assume. But yeah, let's keep going.
Is also why different translators will hardly ever produce identical results. Things like their unconscious bias will come into play, which can only further muddy these already messy waters. So, to sum up this section of the video,
just took a
I
shit in
guess
the mud.
present.
Keep going. I was just making a remark. She just took a shit.
Yeah,
in the mud.
I want to be able to. I want to be able to hear what she says for the summary.
Of censorship and agenda pushing in translation is a pretty nuanced issue because there's just never any two.
It's a nuanced issue, but it's all argued in bad faith.
Yeah, it's a nuanced issue, but I'm just gonna fucking piss in the well for like 10 minutes, right? It's a nuanced issue, guys, but I'm just gonna fucking call you all ignorant, conservative, bad-faithed acting piss babies who are making shit up, who are getting mad about the LGBTs in the enemies, right? Who are fucking, like, I'm gonna paint you all with this broad... No, but it's a nuanced issue. Fuck off.
Bitch, do you know how much yaoi hentai I fap to? Don't say I'm against the LGBT community.
Like,
I speak for yourself, I am.
It's like, fuck off.
I see, we have the classic right-wing fanboy in here.
Yeah.
Stereotypical, please smash me fashy day.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Oh god. Alright, let's try and get...
Although
Two
my boyfriend
situations
calls
which are
me gay
perfectly
sometimes,
identical,
it's
and
annoying.
as we've already discussed, translation isn't some machine process where every word will always fit perfectly. You know, it's messy, it's misunderstood, and nobody's gonna get it right every single time. It sucks, but that's just the way it is. Not all, but certainly most censorship and agenda-pushing accusations are made either in bad faith or just from a lack of understanding. And also...
So now you're gonna go, oh well, not all, but most. Not all, but most.
Backpedaling.
Of them are in bad. Yeah, see, it's fucking disingenuous as fuck.
This entire video is very manipulative.
Yeah, it is. And it's fucking... I hate it. Alright, let's keep going.
So, sometimes people are just looking for an excuse to dunk on Funimation.
Okay,
Obviously,
pause. Why do you we're pausing a lot, but what the fuck ever. Why do you care if some people dunk on a company that, one, has their own PR team, and two, is attached to one of the largest media giants in the world? It's not like they're dunking on a mom and pop store. Funimation ain't small anymore. Their parent company is buying Crunchyroll for a fat fucking billion.
They deserve to be fucking dunked on.
Yeah, they built their reputation. The only way...
Yeah, they did this too.
The only way you can restore any reputation is through actions. You can spend a lifetime building a reputation. It takes one day to fuck it all up.
And they did this to themselves. You know? Like, I'm sorry, but Funimation not only did this to themselves, but they did a disservice to the entire industry. And what fucks me off is all of these little fucking industry insider little fucking pricks, you know, the ones at Manga Gamer, the ones at fucking, you know, translating all these other little virtual novels and all this shit. What do they do when Funimation gets shat on? They either shut the fuck up or they fucking support Funimation. They barely will join in on the side of us criticizing them for this kind of shit.
I was talking about the guy who translated Evangelion for Netflix. He is one of the only translators I have ever said that was like, you know, that was kind of a weird choice. Like, he was talking about it with the translation for Hinsuki when they translated what was it, Funimation or Crunchyroll that translated that?
I don't remember.
One of the two. They translated Wally Khan as pedophile directly.
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one, yeah.
And he was the only person to actually be like, yeah, that's kind of a weird way to translate. This is how we would have translated. Though even he admitted, hey, I'm not looking at the script and I don't know the context. The character might have actually have still said that, but so and so and so.
Yeah. But that's the thing. All of these little fucking industry clicky people, That you won't even get that from them. You won't even get that from them. I would be very surprised. Like, I know that some of them have, they'll come out, and we'll get to this in a minute. They'll come out and they'll bitch about Crunchyroll's work conditions and how little the translators get paid and how everyone needs to unionize and all this other fucking bullshit. But no. Anytime something comes into question, like the Beaufry thing, or something else will come into question, even if it's legitimate or not. It may or may not be legitimate. What do? Fucking Steiner's tweet in this very fucking video, dismissive, passive aggressive. Oh, these people are so dumb. They're getting mad. Oh, the anime fans are getting mad about the translations again. Oh, it's so fucking... And then they wonder why we fucking shit on them constantly. And we treat them like fucking shit. Because you get what you fucking deserve. Alright?
Alright, Joker.
That's why. Yeah. We live in a society...
I don't have time to sit here and pick apart every single case of these accusations being made, but hopefully I've equipped you with enough knowledge to look at them.
You made a fucking half an hour fucking video. You could have made a 3-part series where you took every one of these topics and did it as a 3-parter. And then you could have spent 30 minutes on each part and gone over these specific cases. Some of them, not all of them, but you could have done. You could have done one case that was legitimate. The Dragon made one. You could have done one case that was a little bit grey, maybe the Beaufry one, and then you could have done one case that was a little bit less grey, like the one that Ellie and I talked about. Right?
On top of
you could have done all 3 of those in a video.
This is just a way to deflect criticism that she's cherry picking, which she is.
Yeah.
Well, the criticism of ours of that she is repeating herself too much is kind of invalid now. Because, Naretsu, how many times have you repeated?
I know, I repeat myself a lot, this is hard.
I mean, I do think it is different because there is a difference between a live podcast that is just, there is no script written for it, there is no preparation for it, it's just people shooting the shit, versus a video where you're supposed to write out a script. You're supposed to review the script. You look for things like repeating yourself over and over and over again. And if you find yourself keep repeating yourself, you have to ask, why is that?
Because Naretsu is too excited. And he has made the point. He has made the point already and he forgets it.
Yeah, I get too riled up. But no, I agree with I agree with Hayes there. It's like there is a difference between I don't think it invalidates the criticism if it's a scripted, because this is a scripted video. She would have had to have reviewed the script, spoke the script, recorded it, edited it. Should have been able to pick up the points where she's repeating herself.
The point is that we should move on.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to fucking move on because you're tired. I know. Anyway.
More effectively when you encounter them. So now that you hopefully have a much better understanding of translation, localization, and censorship, and what they actually are and aren't, hopefully you'll bring that knowledge
but that's because you know me.
Questionable translation. As a reminder, it's always worth getting context before you judge whether or not a translation choice is particularly good or bad. But regardless of how you feel about a translation,
so you would not find a better projection in a fucking movie theater. Holy shit.
How many times have I said it that she needs to provide more context for her examples?
About the same amount of times I've repeated myself in the last 5 minutes.
People like this video?
Yeah, no, this video is the silver bullet, Lolly. This is the one that's going to destroy all of these fucking conservatives with facts and logic. It's a very
well-liked video.
Yeah, this is the one.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah.
A lot of things.
It's fucking crazy. But yeah, it's a massive projection with the context, but continue.
You should still never threaten or harass the translators, editors, or ADR directors over it. Not only...
Okay, so here's the thing. Right, let me contextualize. I agree with one, you should consider the context and possibly even hold off and wait for the context before jumping off the handle. I agree with that. I agree with that general point. I also agree that you shouldn't be actually harassing people, right?
No,
actually going after people.
Fuck it. Well, I'm going to have...
No, Lolly, let me finish. But But there is a massive difference between people being critical of your work and telling you that they see problems with your work and that they think that there is a massive issue going on and actual harassment.
Alright.
But she is not making that distinction. She is just saying in general, oh, don't harass me. But what does that even mean? Is she talking about doxing them? Is she talking about calling them mean words on the internet? Is she talking about non-existent death threats that never materialize or exist? Is she talking about, like, fucking dick pics and DMs? No. It can only be assumed that she's talking about people on Twitter that will be like, this is fucking retarded. Why are you adding this into my why are you adding this politics into my Japanese animes? Fuck you, right?
Leave my Chinese cartoons alone.
Because the definition of harassment has been twisted so much by these people that it means, like, any slight hint of mildly impolite criticism is now harassment. So you have to actually define what you're talking about when you mean harassment here.
I'm going to take the opposite approach. I'm going to say these people have already demonstrated that almost industry-wide, they don't like you, they don't like their consumers, and they think that any of your criticisms come from a point of ignorance and that you're actually a shitty person. They will call you names, they will quote retweet you, and send people after you if they think... indirectly, no, they can't directly send people after you, but they will broadcast it so you know you're probably not getting things that are quite as polite yourself.
They'll blacklist
when you have people when you have people who already don't like you, and you already have people that have ill intentions for you and have no problem with being a dick to you, be a dick to them back. This is my endorsement. Harass the fuck out of them. I don't care.
So, here's my solution. This is going to be an interesting proposition, Lolly. Let me know what you think of this. If you give them criticisms, and they scream about harassment, or they respond to you, and say, oh, why are you being so mean? Tell them that Red's video is why you're being so mean. Because Red's video has given me the impression that all of these localizers that have talked to her think that we are ignorant, that we are just acting in bad faith, that we are these horrifically evil conservatives that just want to ruin animes or whatever and don't know a thing of what we're talking about. This video is giving me the impression, as you just said, that these translators and localizers hate us, they don't like us, they want us to shut the fuck up, so that's why I'm going to be mean to them.
Yeah.
There you go. Thanks, Red's video, for giving...
Cheers, mates.
Yeah. At least something good came out of this video. That's how bad this video is, to me. Because
and now we can all get along.
So, because here's the thing, right?
Peace was never an option.
This video is only for people that already agree with it. This video is not gonna convince someone like me that I'm wrong. It's not going to convince me that I should be, less anti-censorship, or I should not care about these issues, or anything like that. No. This is a puff piece to make the industry feel better, and to give useful idiots a fucking bullet to put into the chamber of anyone like me who goes on Twitter and actually tries to defend against censorship and all this other stuff. They could just go, oh, but Red's video!
Watch this video, educate yourself.
Yeah, watch this video, educate yourself.
Arguments debunked. Facts checked. I'm fucking sleeping.
And that's why I fucking hate this video. That's the problem with this video, is that these idiots are going to fucking go around on Twitter, they're going to act like this pretentious fuckwits and be like, oh, educate yourself and watch the video. So yeah. No, if Red's going to make the impression that all of these industry insiders she's talking to, because she is right now acting as the voice piece for these people, and showing quotes from them, and talking about, oh, this is what they think, their opinions are varied, and all this other shit, right? If she's acting as the microphone, then I'm going to assume that all of these people fucking hate me, so why should I fucking treat them with respect? There you go.
Right,
so,
let's continue, because we have...
We're getting close. We're getting close.
We've gone on for quite some time. You should look at the timestamp.
I know, I can see it, but we've got one section left of the video. It is.
And
it is
that
probably...
entire section can be compressed very quickly.
So let's go!
Is this just pointless and aggressive? But frankly, translators generally have enough problems even without taking into account messages from angry people on the internet who probably
they have their
haven't even
disappointed
familiarized
parents.
themselves with the work that they're criticizing.
Translation industry things that you should
Oh, hey, it's a quote
actually
from
be
Steiner.
complaining about. Yeah! Yeah! Would you look at that? That fucker, I've had a few run-ins with him in the past. Something I've been on for nearly a year is almost out, and the company still hasn't decided if I can say I worked on it or not, or if I can put it in my portfolio. It's disrespectful and seems fully engineered to prevent career enhancement.
Oh god,
Andrew
this
Steiner.
entire thing is like giving me flashback to What's the What video. This is what you should actually be concerned about. Think of the starving kids in Africa.
Look, Lolly, think about Steiner's portfolio.
I don't fucking give a shit about Steiner's portfolio.
His portfolio, yeah. Think
I'm
about
going
his
to
career.
sum up this entire
I
part
can
of this
play
video.
Nintendo with that starving kid from Africa.
They're going to
I don't like
dribble
Steiner.
some loose change. They're going to dribble some loose change in the background, make you feel real sad, talk about how little these people get paid, but not actually give you any information that will tell you how much they get paid. It'll tell you how much they get paid per page or per episode, but never how many of those they will typically do in a month. So the information is worthless.
It's incomplete.
If I tell you my hourly rate, well, if I work 20 hours a week versus 50 hours a week, those two paychecks are going to be very vastly different.
Yeah. Alright, let's go. Zoomer mode activated.
While censorship and agenda pushing are definitely the most complained about aspects regarding the translation industry, they really shouldn't be. Not just because, well,
according
as I
to you,
hopefully just taught you, it's generally just nonsense, but also because of the abysmal state of pay and credit within the.
Okay, so what have we got here? We got a tweet from Dig Dungpa or whoever the fuck. My first translation work was with Amimaru, $300 flat rate for a manga that was 288 pages with apostrophes or whatever, appearances and notes from the author, $1.40 a page. Also, I never got paid. Also, I had to finish it in 1 week.
Okay.
In response to an Anime News Network article about translation typesetting, company blah 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 issues a statement regarding low pay rates.
Okay, what does that have to do with the rest of this video? Actually, no, just keep going. We can just talk over this. We don't actually really have to stop because what does this have to do with the rest of the video?
I kind of wanna like not be too
I don't like this person. I don't care.
I don't like talking over the video because it means people can accuse us of fucking like taking shit out of context.
I do want to say that this is actually lower than the rate per page that she argues for later in the video, and what this person is saying right there is about how much I get paid a week. So I'm not really crying for them.
Ellie.
Yeah.
You're awake? You're still alive? How
Kind
much do you
of.
get paid? How much do you get paid for your translation work when you do get paid for it?
I did had a €1 per page thing, but the thing is that some pages have very little text, some pages have a lot of text, a lot of complicated text. So I once decided from €1 per page is just too low for the amount of effort and time you need to work on it. So like I'm going to raise it like by 10 cents, 20 cents. But that was immediately too expensive.
Right. Okay.
So when I wanted to raise my prices to a level that more reflected the time I would need to spend on it, it got rejected for being too expensive.
That sounds about right.
Because it's a balancing act. You see this a lot also with like art commissions, right? Like you have to kind of juggle how much are people actually willing to pay for your work. If you're like a well-known, well-regarded artist that consistently puts out high-quality pieces, you can expect to be making a shitload more than someone who is like just starting out or has significantly less quality in their work, like based off like object. Like you could, it all kind of depends on the customer and how much the customer is willing to pay for that work. And I think in the case of the translators here, it's somewhat similar, because let's be real, translating like doujins or translating like anime or like whatever, it's still a niche thing. Sure, it's more mainstream than it used to be, but it's not like it's like hyper, not niche.
It's also there's
relatively
also
niche.
just a lot more people who can do it. I think it was when I was talking to Full about this, and he brought up that a lot of the real big money in translation involves things like historical documents or like government documents for embassies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like that's the big boy money right there. The fact of the matter is that a lot of anime and a lot of manga typically doesn't use terribly complicated language outside of a few exceptions. So you don't really need to have a particularly... How big would you say your grasp of Japanese is, Ellie?
Not particularly high. I know sentence structure, I know most of the common things the Japanese language does. I can't write Japanese reliably, and I don't have enough vocabulary to read reliably a newspaper.
Yeah, and yet you still get employment, and that would be a circumstance. Mind you, fucking companies should be paying my man Ellie here more. Fucking gonna beat him up. But that is definitely something that, not all translation work is equal. That's not going to be something that's going to be paid particularly high because you're doing commission work for a relatively minor skill.
It's all about supply and demand, really.
Yeah.
End of the day.
Well, there's also, of course,
economics.
You still can force people into destitute by creating a system where people are expected and aren't able to get a fair share or fair wage for their work.
Yeah, but then we're gonna start getting fucking into all kinds of weeds with that shit. So how about we just keep going?
You say after ranting for half an hour.
Yeah, well,
I think we can all agree that companies...
Ellie, do you really want to get into a fucking debate about economics right now?
I think we all can agree that the company needs to pay Ellie more, and quite frankly, people should be able to argue for higher wages with more relative safety.
Agreed. Yeah. And I would go so far as to even say that these translators should be allowed to negotiate for higher wages.
Also seize the means of translation.
Exactly. So let's continue.
In the industry, it is extremely difficult to make a livable wage solely off of translating Japanese media. In fact, by the standards of most US cities, it'd be downright impossible for all but a small number of them. The Canapa Effect has an absolutely fantastic video that goes more in depth on this problem as it relates to Crunchyroll, who, while they're certainly not alone in hardly paying their translators, are nonetheless by far the biggest offenders of this, with their standard pay being $80 per episode. This isn't only an obviously low number in general, but it's also nowhere near proportional to the amount of time and effort that generally goes into a single episode, which can range from a few hours to a whole day. And remember, a lot of these are simulcast subs, so these translators are on a super tight deadline all the while. I'll leave a link to this video on the end card and in the description, because I would definitely recommend giving this one a watch. It's extremely informative, and frankly, with Crunchyroll setting themselves up to be the largest name in anime exclusive streaming, it's a
not anymore.
I can't really fault the video for this.
Yeah. I mean the video
we can still laugh at Crunchyroll.
Can still laugh at Crunchyroll. We can laugh at Crunchyroll. We're laughing at Crunchyroll, not the video. But I will say that because we didn't pause for a bit there. I do. Like, I don't find myself hyper disagreeing with any of this, but I do think that it comes off a lot of the time when the translators are going off about how little they get paid. It does come off very like, woe is me. Oh, I should be making more for what I'm doing. Oh, and it's
this
like everyone fucking says that.
This ties back.
And it's also true for everybody who is also kind of true for everybody.
Yeah.
In some regards, if it is teachers, nurses, or translators.
Yeah.
We all suffer under capitalism. I get it, but no, the I just do want to bring up. This also goes with the whole behavior aspect of the translators. If they want higher pay, if they treated their fans with a monochrome bit more respect, they would actually see a larger push from the people who consume their product to be like, hey, we enjoy this and we don't mind paying an extra 10 to 20 cents so you can pay them just a little bit more, company.
Yeah, exactly. If they weren't acting like fucking knobs on Twitter.
I'm not saying that they get the industry they deserve, but I'm just saying.
Nah. Alright, let's keep going.
Leading by example. That being said, just to clarify, Crunchyroll is not the only company that's known for not paying their translators very much. Even Sentai, Funimation, Netflix, God, pretty much any streaming service that you can think of, none of them are known for paying their translators particularly well. It's just that Crunchyroll here...
So, I have a question, right? I have a very important question that is not answered in this segment. How much should they be getting paid? What's the actual, demand, I guess? Because I mean, here's the thing. If you're going to be saying, oh, I deserve more money, I deserve a raise, you have to have, some kind of, idea of how much you want.
That's kind of...
Well, when we don't even know how much they make in a month, you can't really say how much they should be making.
That's what I mean.
The thing is, I believe the easiest way to solve the problem is instead of having them on freelance commission basis, you employ them and have them working, in the office or at home, whatever, and have them pay a monthly wage instead of a commission, loosely, easily fireable.
You have them hired as actual employees.
Yeah, that's the easiest way.
Yeah, and that's not an unreasonable demand now because Funimation has the money to drop a fat billion for fucking Crunchyroll. They probably could actually have salaried employees.
Well, Sony has the money to drop a fat billion for Crunchyroll.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot. We're just talking about
Funimation might not have as much money to be able to drop, but again, it's I agree with that. I think that having them actually employed would definitely be a solution. But even then, you still have to, as Hayes said, it's if we don't actually know how much they're making in a month, we can't actually determine how much they should be making. And I want to, if you're asking for a raise, right, I think, funnily enough, I saw a really interesting clip from Mad Men about this. There was a guy who finds out that someone that works in the same department as him is making more than him. And he's pissed about it. He's like, oh, I need to ask for a raise or whatever. So he asks his friend for advice, and I believe his friend said something along the lines of, well, if you don't know, how much you're worth to the company, then what you're worth and all. But he does go and ask for the raise, and what you should do is you should obviously ask for more than you want, and then negotiate down, obviously, because that's how bartering works. But he ended up getting the raise, and he got a 60% raise.
Damn, that's lucky.
Just by showing the fucking balls, I think, because he was he just was like, I want a raise, and the boss is like, oh, do you now? How much do you think you're worth? He's like, oh, this much. Oh, no one in here no one in here makes that much. How about this? And it was a shit test, because if he hadn't have taken that raise, he probably would have been fired, right? Because you should 60% is 60%, right? So this is the thing. I actually think a lot of this is from them not demanding more, and they'll bitch and moan about it, but they're not actually gonna do a whole lot to fucking solve the problem on their end, right? That's just me.
You have very little influence as a freelance employee, so it's hard. So
I just want to say, what I make in a month is a little under 1,300. So come at me with a figure higher than that, and I'm not going to feel any sympathy for you.
Yeah. So anyway, let's keep going.
Is a particularly appalling case. In fact, Canepa told me that in the aftermath of his video, which at the time of writing this has almost 500,000 views, translators have been sharing the video among their communities and prompted the sharing of even more information. In the future, more translators will apply for Crunchyroll while knowing that they're worth so much more. But you know...
Well, hang on. Well, wait a minute. If they know they're going to get underpaid at Crunchyroll, why are they applying to work at Crunchyroll?
Well, now they're applying to work at Sony.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. But it's like if you know it's a shit work environment and you know it's a shit place to work, unless you literally have like no other choice, why not seek employment in a different field? Like you were saying, like Phil brought up, you know, why not try and land a job doing like historical texts or doing like translating for government or translating for something else.
There's the thing where the guy was complaining about not being able to add something to his portfolio, which makes career advancement progression impossible.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
so
true.
If you want to be hired by Crunchyroll to build out a portfolio, and while you rent out a small with a roommate, you don't know, an apartment, you work for Crunchyroll like for 2 years, and you have some shows and games under your portfolio. But if then, while you're working there, Crunchyroll refuses, or game company refuses for you to put titles in your portfolio, then you're still stuck in your low-paying Crunchyroll position.
That's a valid point. Yeah.
To be fair, people would probably have a better chance at being allowed to put their name on the credits if they, you know, weren't giant fucking assholes on Twitter 24/7.
Yeah, it all comes.
There are more translators than there are asshole translators on Twitter.
Yeah, that's something to remember, is that there are a lot of them that are the silent kind of like in the background, just doing their job and getting paid. And not
but for sure those people on Twitter are fucking poison.
Yeah, and they're ruining it for everyone else. Yeah, definitely.
All he hears just an asshole on YouTube.
I cannot talk about the low pay trend throughout the industry without also bringing up something huge that really hit the public's attention literally as I was wrapping up this script, and that's Amimaru. More specifically, it's the fact that it was recently publicized that they've been paying their typesetters a rate of $1 per page. Yeah, $1 per page. And if that sounds ridiculous to you,
what's funny is that's not what the article said. If I remember correctly, the article was £1 per page, which was like $1.45 per page, but...
Yeah, I could go back and see it, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it actually, funnily enough, matches what Ellie was saying for his work.
But it was refused.
Damn.
Well,
you're not as
as
much of an actual Englishman.
You said it was €1 before you tried to increase it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they were saying.
Yeah, $1.50, yeah. I keep forgetting that the euro is worth more than the US.
Yeah, and so, yeah, you said before you tried to raise it and it was rejected, it was €1. And in the article, according to Moons, it was saying that it was also €1. So it was matching your rate, basically.
But I do translation, typesetting, cleaning, etc. All things in combined. So I'm worth more than I should be.
You should be technically worth more, yeah.
Like €3 per page, actually.
Well, actually. Fair enough. But yeah, no. Anyway, let's keep going.
It should sound like that because it is. I don't want to dwell on this for
I actually don't. I know I don't like how she framed that, because she's trying to use like the shock value. Oh, they only get paid €1 a page or $1 a page. Oh, so shocking. But it's kind of disingenuous, because again, if you don't know what they make in like a month or a year, it like $1 per page doesn't, like, you could be translating.
Why is this in this video?
Like, how many? Look, you've got that Monokiri book right there. How many pages do you think are in that book? Like a couple hundred.
It looks like about 700.
The main. Oh, sorry. Go ahead first.
Well, yeah, because it's like there's like 700 pages in that book. So if you're the only person translating that book, I would assume they would have more than one translator on a big book, right? Just assuming, right? And you'd be working as a team.
So, really. No, don't know.
Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not, because you're I'm appealing to your authority, Ellie. You would know. Maybe not. Okay, so let's assume it's just one person, right? One person is translating a book at 700 pages at $1 a page. That's $700 for that book, right? Let's assume that that's not the only book that they're working on at one time. Perhaps they're working on like 5 or 6 books at a time. See, this is where it starts to get a little bit muddy, right?
Because you're missing one thing, though, and that is that the amount of time you have to put in
that's true, yeah.
getting a single page. You can,
see, if someone isn't already in that industry, you don't know this information. This makes the numbers meaningless.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That's what my point. That if you don't explain that $1 per page is ridiculously low for you need to put like a half an hour for a single page, then you realize that it's like $8 for an 8-hour workday.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it becomes super low.
Yeah, and that's the issue with this. That's the issue with how this is framed right now, because it's essentially just trying to use shock value. It's being like, oh well, it's $1 a page. That's fucking horrific. But if you don't actually explain to people why that's horrific, then they're not going to actually understand, right? Because if you explain it as you just did, it's like, oh yeah, well, it's what, instead of it being framed as $1 a page, it should be framed as like $1 per like X amount of hours of work on that page, right? Like
average,
it should be
average,
because everyone understands like work per hour, because that's how most people get their pay. They get paid per the hour, right? Like that's how usually when you do a work contract, that's how that works, right? So if you frame it like that, then people can instantly go, oh fuck man, I make like minimum wage, like $17 or $50 an hour or whatever in New Zealand, right? Oh man, if they're only making fucking $8 an hour or something, that's fucking low as shit. And that would actually probably get more people to understand, hey, this is fucking a problem, we should probably do something about it. But because it's being framed as $1 per page and not everyone understands that it takes X amount of hours or whatever to do one page, then that's a massive problem. So
and different pages will take different amounts of time.
Oh yeah,
that's why I said average.
It's an average.
But even if you need to, even at a rate of like 15 minutes per page, 15 minutes per page, one page, $1 per page is $4 in an hour. That's still super low.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, let's continue.
Terribly long, because really, if I wanted to, I could make an entirely separate video about Amimaru drama, because believe me, there's plenty to say about it. But the short version of the story is that Amimaru is a business that employs people from all over the globe to translate manga. Notably, they've been known to be contracted by Kodansha, Futekia, and Manga Planet, among other companies. But Kodansha is nonetheless the main one that I want to draw your attention to, since, as a reminder, it's one of the largest publishers in Japan. An anonymous Futekia employee emphasized to me that 1, Amimaru generally isn't well liked, even within the industry, and 2, while Futekia, Manga Planet, and Kodansha have all contracted translation work from Amimaru, that doesn't make their freelancers employees of any of the aforementioned brands.
Yeah,
or more specifically,
goes back to
they
what we were saying
couldn't
before.
be, even if they wanted to, since
Oh, yeah, it
Amimaru
was
makes its
1 year
freelancers
per-
sign either a non-solicitation or non-compete
Wow, that's kinda
clause.
shit.
Again,
Translation
if this
was
sounds
$1.48
ridiculous,
per
it's
page.
because it is. Not least of
And
all
as
because
low as
while employees
$1.
of
Not being able to
Futekia,
put your
for
name on
example,
your,
can talk about their work and put it on their...
Not being able to put
I
that on
thought
your
it
resume
said
is really
$1
fucking
was for
shit.
typesetting.
Yeah.
I thought it said $1 per page was for typesetting.
Yeah, but she mentioned typesetting when she said $1, so it checks out.
Anyway, as you're saying, Lola, yeah, I agree. Like, not being able to be credited for the work is bullshit. I think that's bullshit.
Well, it's actually harmful
I-
in terms of advancement, because you're not able to put that on your resume. Like, yeah, I worked on this show.
Yeah, as Steiner was saying, the problem I have with this again is, why should I care about these people that hate me? Right? Like,
there are more translators than you dislike
yeah.
on Twitter.
Yeah. I get that, but this is the problem, isn't it? Because
Well, then why aren't they telling their other translators off when they're being massive dicks?
exactly, that's my problem, right? Is I can't. it's really hard for me to have sympathy when I'm getting shat on because I'm a fucking ignoramus, right? And getting called bad-faith acting and all this other nonsense just because I'm concerned about the specific problems that I view as problems, right? So that's where I'm coming from here. Is this is all bad, right? I don't think you'll find someone that will disagree with this entire section. Oh yeah, they should, people should be paid what they're worth, right? People should be allowed to be credited.
You
in
should
their
only
fucking
be
works
concerned
because
about this.
whatever.
You shouldn't be concerned about anything else like translation
That's-
quality or censorship.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is that this is being used as a fucking tool for them to deflect away from actual legitimate criticisms of their work and to say, "Oh
It's
no, guys,
basically
you shouldn't be."
It's basically what the What was doing with the fucking Hong Kong protesters.
Yeah, it's whataboutism, fucking deflection. I don't care about this issue. Care about this issue because I think this issue is more important because your issue is not, right? It's so fucking blatant, and it actually annoys me in this case because these are, again, real issues that people should probably care about. But because these translators on Twitter act like fucking jackasses, and because Funimation voice actors and fucking editors or whatever will be allowing shit to pass through the cracks or something in a good faith assumption, let's assume that it's just they allowed that to pass through the cracks. It didn't get edited out when it should have, right? Make that assumption. Because they're allowing all that kind of shit to happen, it's poisoned the well in the consumer base's minds, and now they're all fucking anti you and think that you're lying sacks of shit and don't want to trust you, and why the fuck should they give a shit about you if you treat them like shit, right? It's like it's a vicious fucking cycle, honestly. And it's a shame because the good ones, like Lolly was bringing up, that one guy that did the Evangelion thing, like there are good people in the industry that are trying their fucking best to do the good, but then you got all these people like Red here who are just, fucking it up for everyone. So, yeah, let's keep going.
Amimaru freelancers just can't do that. And that leads me to the next problem I want to discuss, and that's credit. More specifically, the occasional lack thereof. For bureaucratic reasons that uncoincidentally never seem to be spelled out plainly, it's not unheard of for some projects, such as Amimaru's, to just not credit their translators, which really strikes me as weird, because they're arguably the most important cog in the bringing Japanese media to other countries machine. I've heard speculation on potential reasons why this happens, but in the absence of any hard evidence pointing to any of them, I don't want to dwell on any of these theories for too long at the risk of detracting from the main point, which is that rules like this are already absurd enough on their own, but they're somehow even worse when the translators don't even know for sure why they're being implemented in the first place. Perhaps even weirder is the fact that there's even some projects that flat out don't let their translators talk about their involvement on social media or put it on their resume. Why won't they let them do this? Again, bureaucratic reasons that never seem to be explicitly spelled out. And speaking
I
of
can
saying
see
things
why they don't
plainly,
allow them
I
to
wanna-
put it on social media.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, you wouldn't want a translator to be talking about a project that hasn't been announced yet. That's the first thing, right? The second thing is obviously if they're talking about it on social media and fucking around and doing all kinds of shit, it can harm the product before it comes out, right? So there is concern about that. So yeah, I understand why they would have like a social media what would it be, a non-disclosure clause or something?
Non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, you can't talk
An
about
NDA.
you can't talk about your involvement in this at least up until it's announced or some shit, right?
And
like that.
I mean, that's
makes sense.
social media is just really the side part of it. The real harm is in not being able to credit yourself with it on a resume or portfolio.
I honestly don't know why she actually brought up the talk about it on social media part, because she doesn't specify what she means. Does she mean like after it's been announced, while it's been announced,
Even after it's been announced, I can see why they wouldn't want it, because so many of these people, as you said, they're just poison.
Yeah, like I mean that whole incident with the translator doing the tsundere thing, that all could have probably have been avoided if they had just shut the fuck up. just not said anything. You know, like the person would have probably have credited been like, oh wow, that's amazing, and then it probably would have got lost in the ether relatively quickly.
The people who draft these NDAs are lawyers who particularly want to minimize the potential risk for for the company they're employed to draft these NDAs for, right? So when you're providing this like stunning example, you know, out in the ether, even on the internet, of potential harm, they're going to be thinking, oh yeah, I should put that in here as well.
Yeah. Again, it's almost like a lot of the shit one, they do this to themselves, right? Like, it's this feedback loop where it kind of just creates problems for everyone, but at the end, it's them.
It never creates enough problems for the people who actually cause it. I'll say that much.
Yeah. But I do agree that in terms of credit, yeah, that's scummy. Not being credited in the credits is scummy, right? Not being able to talk about it in social media, that is a completely different thing, and I don't know why Red is conflating those two things, because they are not the same thing at all.
Not even remotely.
Yeah. So let's continue.
I want to emphasize something real quick, just to make sure we're on the same page here. While this is a problem we know exists within Amimaru, it's not a problem exclusive to Amimaru. It's just that, like the Crunchyroll example I just mentioned, Amimaru represents a particularly egregious case. While I unfortunately can't go into specifics to protect my sources, I can at least tell you that I spoke to plenty of people who've never done any work for Amimaru that have nonetheless encountered this exact same problem, but from other companies. I wouldn't necessarily call this problem super prominent within the translation industry. Like, it's definitely not as prominent as the low pay trend, since, for the most part, that's an industry-wide problem, but the fact that this problem with credit exists just in general, and that it's not even, like, an isolated issue or something, you know, right off the bat, that's a problem. In any case, every single person I spoke to for this video got into the translation industry because they were interested in Japanese media.
That's my takeaway. Pause real quick. That's my takeaway from Red Bard. She just kind of lacks actual curiosity or the ability to understand how these things might actually happen. Instead just does the, you know, fairly normal millennial, I'm just going to assume the worst of fucking everything in any situation, and not try to remotely understand why people do perform certain actions.
Yeah, why are they getting paid so low?
Why are these companies signing these NDAs, for an example? And you see this with when she's talking about the people who were criticizing localization, or poor quality localization, right? She couldn't imagine why they could ever have an issue with this.
Yeah, why would you have a problem with this? Why do you care about this? It's, you know... yeah.
What they do, and some of them become some of the biggest fans of the projects they work on. Could you imagine putting all these hours into translating a single project and then just not being able to see your name on it anywhere, and also not being allowed to talk about it, let alone put it on your resume? Yeah, if you think that sounds scummy and, in the words of Steiner, fully engineered to prevent career advancement, then congratulations! You're correct. As you can imagine, it's tricky for some translators to be in positions to talk about
I like how
this
she
issue,
doesn't
and
go
between
into
that
any
and the
detail about what work it actually is being done in full, because you know, translating isn't just one job.
Yeah, it's all very like vague, like shit about they're doing this. You know, like I would agree. This video lacks a lot of like contextual examples that would have probably improved it quite a bit.
Vague at best reasons why it's even happening in the first place, it's hard to say what the remedy to this situation is. That being said, I don't think it would hurt if people started vocally appreciating translators more and emphasizing that they'd like to hear them talk.
Do you appreciate me?
I appreciate you because you're not a fuckwit.
It warms my heart.
That's the problem, though. Why, again, if the impression that I'm getting is that these people fucking hate me because I criticize them, because I don't agree with their choices in localization, and because I think that there is some stupid bullshit going on with agendas and censorship and all this other nonsense, why should I give a shit? Why should I be appreciative? You know, why should I, like, it's the same thing in gaming, right? It's like, why should I treat these people that want to keep going gamers?
Naratsu, just a quick counter argument, I guess, is, were you appreciative of translators before the outrages?
I am appreciative of translators that do their job.
But were you appreciative of translators before the outrages?
Well, before the outrages, I didn't particularly gear. Because the translators did their job. Because translators did their job and were an invisible part of the process that wasn't even in the spotlight.
So
right?
I'm going to further be the devil here and say if translators... Oh, no. Yeah, I admitted it. So if translators were not on your radar at all, while they were being mistreated and low paid and generally trash.
Well, if I had known about those issues, right? If they had come to my attention before I had been given a bad impression of them based off incidents, right? Then I would be certainly more sympathetic and certainly more willing to be appreciative of their work.
So, if people who are underappreciated in the industry, low paid, and generally regarded as trash, and then suddenly, basically the point is they were treated like trash and they became cynical and annoyed at everybody, and then people got annoyed at them so the spiral continued.
And that's the thing. If they become that cynical, they don't like the job and they don't like the customers, leave the fucking industry. Like, that's it. That's how you create. When you leave an industry that you don't like and you take your resources elsewhere, if you're such a vital part of if you're such a vital part of this cog in this machine, they're going to do anything to want people like you back. You are the industry you make. And, like, on top of that, first of all, unlike Naretsu, I've had a lot of this on my radar for years. I lost the ability to care over time. I used to care a lot more about this. I don't care anymore because I do not like these people. They're not good people.
But there's the problem of not being able to put stuff on your resume, so you're eternally trapped in this industry.
Yeah, and I agree.
Go to a fucking trade school and get a job as a plumber.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's... You heard it here first. Lolly's telling you to get a real fucking job.
If your job isn't paying, get another job, and your industry is a dead end, get another job and make an assload of money, buy up those parts of the industry, and then just make your own fucking rules. I don't know what else to say. You kind of have to be the change you want to see.
Yeah. I guess.
No, I just gave an counter argument for how.
No! Don't. No, that was good. I think that was fine. And I don't disagree. Like, because my thing is like, if I had known, because I mean, let's be real here. I'm a fucking 24-year-old fucking youngin, right? If I'd known about a lot of this shit when I was a teenager, I probably would have been a lot more receptive to being sympathetic to the plights of these people. But at this point, the well has been so fucking drenched in urine that I just fucking... I agree with Lolly. Like, if you are that cynical that you hate your customers that much, right? It's the same with retail, right? You hate retail, but you're stuck in retail. You should be doing everything in your power to get out of that hole.
Mind you, I don't think they're that cynical. I think that especially the people who are more vocal and are on Twitter about their customers and stuff like that, they like being the gatekeepers. They like having that perception of power over other people. And I
Yeah.
think that's that type of desire for power and ego is amplified by their low wages, because now they also get to feel vindicated in their suffering, and
They get to have a victim complex.
yeah, there you go.
Well, we're almost done. Let's see if we can cap her off.
More about their
All
work
of
and
them.
getting credited for it.
Yep, here we go. There is no localization Illuminati. We just want to share what we enjoy with the world.
Yeah, it's not an Illuminati. It's just a group of nepotism.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's again, it's just more. Oh fuck! I don't know why my phone keeps going off. It's just more fucking goddamn misrepresentation and straw manning. Like, I don't think anyone actually thinks that there is some kind of evil fucking Team Doom localization Illuminati that all gets together at a big round table like fucking Nazis, and fucking they're plotting the next change that they're going to do in a work, to piss off the anime fans. I don't think that anyone actually believes that. I think it is, as you said, Hayes, it's literally just
You have a lot of people together who have relatively the same mindset. They all talk to each other. It's like with larger companies, or people are talking about conspiracies with between large companies. Well, the conspiracy is less they get together, just that a lot of powerful rich people tend to think alike.
Yeah.
Basically. And I mean, when you have these people on Twitter that are just shitting on the consumers, people are going to think that it's a group effort, especially when you don't have anyone in the industry calling them out for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. But anyway, let's keep going.
I'm a medievalist, so I can tell you from experience
I'm
that
a
translation
medievalist. What the
discourse
fuck does that
spans
even
back
mean?
further.
Alright.
Somebody who studies the medieval period.
In the most vague sense possible. I have never heard somebody use the phrase medievalist.
A medievalist, according to dictionary.com, is a noun. Number 1, an expert in medieval history, literature, philosophy, etc. Number 2,
that's wrong.
A person who is generally attached to the art, culture, spirit, etc. of the Middle Ages.
Wow, what a white supremacist.
Which is why you're an anime YouTuber.
Yeah, that's why you're an anime YouTuber.
That's why you're an anime YouTuber and not a medievalist YouTuber. Anyway.
Than you can even imagine. And
Stole it from the
likewise,
kicker
it'll
ass.
probably continue to stick around in some form or fashion for the foreseeable future. Which is why I think it's especially important for us to have a good understanding of what translation,
Yeah, if Stalingrad
localization,
called
and
himself a
censorship
medievalist,
really
I'd
are
buy
and
it.
aren't. Translation is a much more fluid thing than a lot of people give it credit for. And by extension, the people whose job it is to make these translations often don't get the credit they deserve. Literally, even, sometimes. I guess what I'm hoping you got out of this video was a better understanding of why translation is often a complex process, a better understanding of why translation things happen the way that they do sometimes, and perhaps most crucially, I really hope that this has given you a newfound appreciation for the people who translate Japanese media.
Not at all.
Here's a quote from Noella. I think it really captures
Pause
what
real
I'm
quick.
hoping what this video has taught.
Alright, never mind. No, like 20 more seconds or so.
Okay.
Quote,
I don't know.
translation isn't a one-to-one process. It's literally writing a whole new script, one that is based on, but still separate from, the original.
It's very fast and loose, but it's not necessarily wrong.
I just don't like how that's worded.
Yeah, but that's
it's
why I
as
said
if it's
it
just
the way I
as
said it.
difficult as writing the original script, which it is not.
Yeah, I disagree with the idea that, like, a lot of these people will be like, oh, translation's an art form. Oh, we're artists. And I'm like, no, fuck off.
If anything, it's more like the editing process.
Yeah, you're not... Ellie, would you... This is a big question. Would you put your translation work on the exact same height of a pedestal as the original artist?
Ellie, say yes. I will respect you so much if you say yes.
It depends. I have come across errors and mistakes and whatever in translations. And if I make a correct translation that captures the meaning and whatever of the author without any spelling errors or other mistakes, it's better.
Okay, well, hang on a minute. It's better than the other translations? Or is it better than the original work?
Original, because mine doesn't have any errors.
Oh!
Naretsu, if an author writes misspells stuff, and I correct it in a translation.
Okay, I get what you're saying. No, I'm not trying to be an asshole. No, I get what you're saying. I actually think that's fine. But I'm more talking about the snooty idea of I have improved.
They say it's literally writing a whole new script.
Yeah, I'm writing a whole new script. I'm creating a new piece of art that is superior and separate from the original. I'm such a...
It would be
oh my god.
It would be a kind of a Chad move, though, I'm not gonna lie. If you were translating some shitty, like, isekai light novel, and you went out of your way to not only translate it, but also restructure events and rewrite certain parts of the dialogue to make it more structurally coherent.
It's a bold move, Lolly. Let's see how it plays out. But anyway, no, I thought that was good.
This statement is not necessarily wrong.
Okay, yeah. I agree.
This is very poorly worded.
Poorly worded, but not necessarily
I agree with
wrong.
this, but we
That's
also
fine.
already knew this.
Yes, let's continue.
Consuming the ideas, not the words of someone else. And how those ideas get brought over is transferred through the lens of the translator, making them as important as the author.
I see. There's the second part.
Yeah,
of it,
that's
where
actually
it's like,
kind of egotistical. Fuck off.
Where you get, that's where you're starting to get a little bit fucking on your high horse, just a little bit. Like, I am objectively on the same level.
Hey, everybody who has
being
ever
one of the
translated
people that
the Holy Bible is just as important as God.
Well, but God is the author of the Bible.
True.
It is straight up the word of God.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I mean.
It's the God of the word of the people who wrote it.
It is the word of God.
Imagine
you
being
fucking
one of the
heretic.
people.
No,
being one of the people that translated one of the Metal Gear Solid games and being like, "Oh yeah, I'm on the same level as Kojima."
No, listen, Lolly, you don't understand. The Bible is a translation of God's word to English.
I would agree with this statement more if it would on the end said for the reader.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. I just think that the way that it's worded definitely comes off as very fucking farts.
Because for the reader, a translator is as important as the author. Because if one of those two are missing, then it's useless.
Yeah, and I agree with that. See, if you, you are 100% correct. If they had added that little bit on the end, I wouldn't have a problem with this entire paragraph, or, sentence, or whatever. But because they didn't add that little fucking disclaimer at the end, listen, this is the problem. This right here is why we react so negatively. Because you come off as a bunch of fucking fart-sniffing, artsy-partsy fuckwits, and it just makes us pissed. Like, get off your high horse, right? You're translating Chinese fucking medias, right? Chill the fuck out. You are not a fucking Picasso, Mona Lisa, fucking chill. But anyway,
and don't forget, multiple people can do the translator's job, but only the original writer can do that
Even if I
job.
didn't quote you directly, and even if you didn't want to be mentioned by name, everybody's input still made this video the best it could be, and for that, I'm
all my
grateful.
friends.
As a reminder, the end card will have links to further videos on this topic if you want to learn more. There will be the Canapa Effects video on Patreon.
Yeah, okay, it's just going into fucking ending now, so we're pretty much at the end.
Alright, so I wanted to mention that she explained how translation works, or how it is done, then how it goes through the process, whatever. Big thing, she didn't really go through the translation process at all, or
No.
how it gets through to the final product.
I didn't really get anything out of this video that I didn't already know.
Well, and I guess the only thing is you get a slight appreciation in the fact or appreciate in the sense that you get more of an idea on how little they are appreciated with not being allowed to put it on a resume or low pay, etc.
Yeah, so the way I would say it is, first half of the video, alright, because the video is split into feuds, right? So the first feud of the video was it was somewhat okay. I disagree with the idea that we should separate bad localizations into hack dubs and just push them away into the corner. I don't like that. I think that a bad localization is a bad localization, and we don't need a new or old term to be brought up to replace the term bad localization. I think it's perfectly serviceable, right? So that was the main issue I had with that first part.
And honestly, hack dub is
Oh, yeah.
just bad localization in different words.
Yeah, exactly. The second third, which was the censorship part.
No,
Fuck
it was
you.
the second third was
No, well,
direct
first third.
translations.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, then it's four. It's fours then, because I didn't even fucking.
No, it was.
No,
First,
you're right. Yeah. Okay. So first third is hack dubs, or first fourth is hack dubs. Second fourth is the direct translations, which I also think was, again, that's nothing but a straw man misunderstanding of what people are actually talking about. Not like there's a communication disconnect happening there, which is very similar to the communication disconnect happening with gaming and politics and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. The third fourth is censorship, and all I have to say about that is fuck you, you fucking disingenuous piece of shit. How dare you fucking say that we're all fucking acting in bad faith? That's fucking gross and disgusting. Go fuck yourself, right? And then the last part, which is mostly just about drowning up sympathy for these people, is, yeah, okay, it's important to talk about these issues, and yes, they are definitely issues that people should care about, but you are using them to detract from people's valid and legitimate criticisms elsewhere, which I think people can give a fuck about two things at once. People can agree that translators should be credited for their work and maybe even paid a little bit more, but also criticize when translators and localizers are fucking up, censoring shit, and putting shit into stuff that they don't agree with, right? So that's pretty much my summary of things. So I'm going to quieten down for a bit and let someone else go.
So, first part, didn't like the tone at parts. I think hack dubs is still fine of a term, because, there's first degree murder and there's second degree murder. They're different things. And third, even though I don't know which is which right now.
No, just go for it as you remember.
Yeah. Second part with the direct translation, yeah, it's a kind of a language semantics thing. Otherwise, yeah, I had a problem with the thing from Sailor Moon where the direct translation was put together, was compared to a normal translation, and I didn't agree with either of those. That the direct translation was a direct translation at all, and that the correct translation was a good translation. I didn't agree with that as well. Third part, yeah, I don't have much of a angry opinion on it as Naretsu has, but I guess few people have. Yeah, bad translations are bad. Misconceptions exist. I don't know anything about what happened on Twitter. I just see as that tsundere is in this case, a correct translation, or is correctly translated into fragile masculinity or ego. Fourth part, it's a shame that they don't get paid enough for the work, because $1 per page isn't enough, because it's a minimum of 15 minutes into a page, so that's never going to be enough. And yeah, companies being shady, putting down the workers, not letting them, trapping them into their low-paying work scale with no escape out. Find a job is always easy to say, but harder to do. And she didn't, in their summary on the end, didn't reflect the point she made in the video itself.
My whole thoughts is, man, why are people like this?
Yeah.
Basically, I still hold many of the same thoughts I brought up. The video was very bad at providing examples. Most of the times it didn't really take the wants or desires of the opposing parties into consideration at all, and just took what it assumed to be their desires and wants in mind. And really, that's the main thing. Is just there was a lot of misunderstanding. Well, I don't even want to say misunderstanding, because can you call something a misunderstanding if there wasn't even an attempt to understand it in the first place?
Yeah, it's a very biased and one-sided video, definitely. There's very little... I think the video would have been benefited by talking, or at least extending an olive branch out to people that would have been able to possibly articulate what the concerns are around these issues, right? And I think that actually would have probably helped the video quite a lot if she had not just taken the word of most likely her friends, right, in the industry or whatever, at their word 100%, no questions asked, right? Because that's what it feels like to me, is that she went to her friends and they went to their friends and they got all of their friends together and did a big interview or a Skype call or a Discord call or whatever, or they did like an individual interviews to talk about, get quotes from and whatever. And because they're all in the same little cliques and they're all in the same little parts of the industry, they all have the same fucking, slants and leanings. Some might differ. Some might differ on a few things than others, and because obviously not everyone is the same and whatnot, but the general feeling that I get from this video is that it's very heavily slanted into a very pro-industry, pro-corporation, except for the bit at the... It's funny because she goes on a lot about, Funimation's not so bad, Funimation isn't indicative of the whole industry, Funimation is... don't go bashing Funimation, whatever. But then
it's a last small company that wasn't giving people credit. That is indicative of the entire industry.
Yeah, but then it's not... Yeah, it's just one example. It's happening everywhere. It's not just, again...
But do you even want to hear her try and argue in good faith for the opposing side? Because even then, with those talks about earnings, she left out so much context that it was impossible for someone not in that group to really understand even the points that were being made.
Yeah,
because if you see a big thick book and you think, oh man, that has 1,000 pages, he's going to be rich translating that. But it's very easy to forget how much work goes into a single page. A single doujin page even takes time.
Yeah, it takes time. It takes time if you want quality, obviously.
And it takes time if time isn't correlated to the money you get, but to the page you do. I think that encourages rushing.
Yeah. And then that encourages bad quality work, and then you have people on Twitter bitching about bad quality subs at Crunchyroll.
And so the cycle continues.
Yeah. But so I think
I do want to mention. Hayes reminded me of it, that indeed there was a lot of detail missing. She was talking a lot, and I don't believe the translators had enough. They didn't have say enough through her questions. We had 3 anecdotes. If there was a little bit more of it, if there was some survey kind of thing,
an anonymous survey.
Anonymous, say if 7 or 10 translators I asked, and 5 of them replied with no, I wasn't able to get credited for some works that I did. Oh, that's like half of them that didn't get credited. Whoa.
Because yeah, and that would be empirical data that could be used as a basis to make a really good.
And even if it's of course a select group of people she asked, and all those caveats aside, it's still, if you find 5 people who couldn't get credited for things they translated, that's a problem. Still.
That's one too many, isn't it? So, so you
Just
know,
one.
Because that one that's not too many is obviously, as Lolly would put it, Steiner. So, oh man,
too little detail and the stuff that I already mentioned.
Too little detail. So there's definitely lots of problems in this video outside of my fucking measured rage about the censorship arguments. There's a lot of issues with this video. It's definitely not the silver bullet that I think a lot of people are claiming it to be. I think and what annoys me the most is that I've said this before, but the thing I've not said it like in this video, but in other videos. But the thing that always disappoints me and annoys me the most about videos like this is not necessarily the fact that they're bad, but the fact that there was potential. Right? This video does have the potential to be good. Like, if you just add a bit more empirical data, you show a bit more examples, you maybe talk to some people that are not in the clique,
Be
right?
more neutral.
Yeah, try and be a bit more impartial. I mean, everyone has biases, so I understand if it's a little bit leaning one way or the other, but if you at least make the attempt, I think people would be endeared to that, right? Just a few things like that. And this video might have actually been something that both sides could have used to be a rallying cry, to go, hey, let's come together and put our differences aside and maybe work on these issues. But because she pisses in the well in that second half of the video, you would have already have turned away people like me. I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of people got to that part that were on like my persuasion and would have just said, no, I'm done. I'm not going to watch anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, I already said I would have never watched the video if it wasn't for this.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you somehow get to this point in the video, congratulations.
You did it.
You are worthy of my affection.
4 hours.
Holy shit. That's one of the longest videos I've ever done. Oh,
maybe.
Oh, yeah. We should probably say bye. Bye.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Later.
Goodbye. Later.